The fan hums. Somewhere the walls creak just enough to remind you they're still holding. Outside, the world keeps buzzing and glowing and clicking, but here, in this moment, you're about to drift back. Not just back a few decades or centuries, not even a millennia. You're heading to the beginning. Except, it's not the beginning. It's a glitch, because the story you've been told, the one in your textbooks and museums and documentary voiceovers, starts like this. Once upon a time, humans invented farming, formed villages, built cities, and wrote down their thoughts with little symbols on wet clay. That's where civilization begins. Neat, clean, linear. But what if that's wrong? What if there was no neat arc, just a jump cut? No caveman to king montage, just a hard reset. What if the world's first civilization wasn't the beginning at all, but the reboot of something older forgotten and far more strange? Enter the Sumerians. You're about to walk into southern Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, around 4000 BCE. The rest of the world is still experimenting with clay pots and dying of dysentery. But down here, civilization hits the ground running. Cities don't develop slowly. They pop into existence, like someone unpaused a save file. 1 minute, it's beads and fish hooks. The next, it's ziggurats, city-states, legal codes, poetry, economic planning, and beer receipts. There's no origin story that makes sense. No slow burn. Just lights on curtains up, and the Sumerians are already arguing about taxes. This isn't just weird. It's too perfect, too clean. Like a software patch you didn't know you downloaded. Boom, version 1.0 of Civilization fully installed with all features. Gods included. Updates pending. And then there's the language. Oh, the language. We'll get there in a minute, but spoiler alert, it's like someone invented it on another planet and then left it here to confuse the linguists. You'll find gods buried under temples. Human sacrifices conducted with all the logistical finesse of a modern factory. Tombs so lavish they look like someone ordered the afterlife in bulk. And stories, so many stories of floods, kings, monsters, and divine workplace drama. But the deeper you go, the stranger it gets, because nothing about Sumerian history feels quite human. At least not modern human. It's as if they were playing a different game entirely, with rules we don't have the manual for anymore. And no, we're not going down the alien rabbit hole, though. They'll definitely peek in from time to time. Because it turns out, you don't need flying saucers to feel completely unprepared for what the Sumerians left behind. Their ruins, their rituals, their riddles. They've been whispering through dust and stone for over 6,000 years. And science still confused. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. And while you're here, drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from? And what time is it right now? Midnight in Manila, sunrise in Berlin, 3:00 a.m. in your blanket fort of existential dread. Let's see who else is wandering the timeline with you. Now, turn off the lights. Maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise. And let's get started on tonight's journey together. You shuffle forward barefoot on ancient stone and look up. And there they are, the first cities, already built, already bustling. And no one knows who drew up the plans. You stand at the edge of a reed-choked riverbank. The sun hangs low in the haze, and the mud beneath your feet squishes with an almost prehistoric squelch. Around you, the world is quiet, too quiet. There are no wheels squeaking in the distance, no shouting of market vendors, no scribes dragging their robes over dusty stone steps. Just the slow ripple of the Tigris and Euphrates, and a very strong sense that something is about to happen. Then it does. The cities appear, not build, not grow, not evolve, appear out of nowhere. One day, you're looking at a scatter of huts. The next, you're in Uruk population, $50,000, complete with temples, city walls, economic zones, and someone demanding payment for barley stored 6 months ago. The Sumerians didn't show up like lost travelers with dusty backpacks. They booted up like a system already installed, civilization running at full capacity while the rest of the world still hadn't figured out plumbing. You shuffle along a broad stone avenue. The bricks are set with annoying precision. Everything around you screams function and planning. There are irrigation canals zigzagging through the landscape like veins. The ziggurats rise like multi-level mountains of mud brick ambition. The streets follow deliberate grids. The temples stacked like cosmic filing cabinets with rooftop altars, each one aligned with constellations. You half expect someone to hand you a visitor's badge. This wasn't supposed to happen. Not like this. Normally, civilizations evolve gradually, step by painful step. They stumble from foraging to farming, from huts to hamlets to towns. You find archaeological traces that show the struggle. Pot shards, broken tools, the occasional pet burial. A slow, messy crawl toward complexity. But here, there's no crawl. Just click, civilization enabled. Archaeologists call this the Sumerian problem, but it might as well be the how did we miss the whole first half problem. Because while cultures like the Ubaid did precede the Sumerians, they were basically beta testers. They didn't build massive temple complexes. They didn't draft legal contracts on clay. They didn't invent accounting systems that still give PhD candidates anxiety. The Ubaid people had beads, fish bones, mud huts. Fine. Then suddenly writing. Kings. Divine mandates. Court systems. Grain taxes. Poets. Drama. Beer halls. It's not just rapid, it's suspicious. Imagine a laptop from 1995 transforming overnight into a quantum computer, and you'll start to feel the same confusion that keeps archaeologists up at night. 1 minute, it's fire pits and barley soup. The next, someone's carving epic poetry into clay about gods debating whether humanity deserves to live. And here's the fun part. No one agrees on why. Some say it's the rivers. Sure, the Tigris and Euphrates make great farming land. But guess what? Egypt had the Nile. The Indus had the Indus. And they took way longer to get their temple-to-cattle ration systems running. Others mumble about agricultural surplus leading to urbanization, which is academic jargon, for people stopped walking and started fighting over who owned what. But again, why? Here. Why then? And if you're wondering whether there's any earlier writing, any previous civilization that explains how the Sumerians got so good at being human so quickly, the answer is an awkward cough followed by a blank wall. There's just nothing. No gradual rise. No developmental arc. Just a fully formed society with architecture, astronomy, social classes, and this part's important administration. They had clerks before they had myths, bureaucrats before ballads. It's not just that they appeared. It's that they appeared organized. Now there are theories. Oh yes. One whispers of lost civilizations, Atlantis types. Places like Dilmun, supposedly a paradise of trade and divine secrets, or pre-Sumerians, a name scholars use when they want to sound academic while admitting they have no clue. Then there's the starry-eyed crowd. The ones who look at ziggurats and say, you know what, this reminds me of a launch pad. According to these cosmic enthusiasts, the Sumerians didn't evolve, they inherited. From ancient astronauts, no less. Aliens who helped lay out the city grids, design the temples, and possibly invented beer. And while this makes great Netflix, it also skips over the even weirder reality that the Sumerians themselves didn't act like they invented it all either. Their myths don't say we came up with this. They say the gods gave it to us. Kingship descended from heaven. Writing was gifted. The laws divine. The cities built in coordination with celestial forces. It's like even the Sumerians felt like they were working from someone else's blueprint. You walk past a temple wall. It's covered in writing you can't read, but someone could. Someone 6,000 years ago. And that someone wasn't just scribbling poems. They were recording crop yields, tax collections, religious rituals, property disputes, and beer recipes with obsessive detail. Because that's what you do when your civilization is born ready. What's left unsaid, though, is even stranger. There's no archaeological arc that leads directly into the Sumerian city-state model. It's like turning the first page of a novel and realizing chapter 1 is missing, and so is the prologue. You're mid-sentence in a story that's already written itself into place, and that's the vibe you're going to keep feeling tonight. Not we invented this, but this was already running. It leaves questions. Were they descendants of something older? Something lost beneath sand and flood? Were they survivors of a forgotten age, trying to recreate what had been? Or was civilization itself real? Civilization, something that just happened suddenly, like memory returning after a long sleep. You crouch by the edge of a dried canal and pick up a shard of clay. Someone wrote on this. Maybe a scribe tracking barley rations. Maybe a priest calculating temple donations. Maybe a poet, or a farmer, or someone just trying to make sense of the gods. You turn the shard over. There's no beginning here. Only questions baked into clay, left by people who never introduced themselves, just started talking. And tomorrow morning, when someone asks what you learned about the Sumerians, you'll shrug and say, they came out of nowhere, and they brought paperwork. You press your ear to the wind, and if you could somehow tune out the distant thunder of modernity cars, screens, grocery store playlists, you might catch the soft rustle of a dead language still humming in the dirt. Not Latin, not ancient Greek, something older, stranger, something that shouldn't exist alone. It's the Sumerian language. A complete, fully functioning linguistic system that arrived like a UFO and left without a trace. You bend down and run your hand over a clay tablet. The wedge-shaped marks, cuneiform, are crisp, deliberate, like someone was really proud of their handwriting. But this script hides a secret. It records a tongue with no known relatives, no parent, no siblings, no linguistic cousins living quietly in the back hills of the Caucasus, waiting to be connected. The Sumerian language is what scholars politely call a language isolate, which is a nice way of saying, we have absolutely no idea where this came from. Imagine someone dropped a complete language onto Earth, fully formed, with grammar vocabulary, poetry laws, and metaphysics, and then deleted the source code. That's what Sumerian is. Linguists have combed through mountains of data trying to find a match. Did it evolve from a proto-language? Did it splinter off from a family tree like Indo-European or Afro-Asiatic? Was it the root of some now extinct dialect chain? Nope. There's just nothing. It didn't evolve. It just showed up like a stranger in a crowd who knows all your inside jokes but refuses to explain how. Some suggest it came from the East, maybe the Iranian plateau, or that it was an import from a now sunken landmass, a forgotten mother culture that seeded civilization across continents. Others bless their tenured hearts, say, well, it must have been native to Mesopotamia, which is academic shorthand for we give up, but we'd like to sound confident while doing it. And still the language persisted. Even when the Sumerians stopped ruling politically, their language didn't just vanish. It lived on for centuries, used in temples, legal codes, scientific texts. Imagine if Latin had no Roman Empire behind it and was still being used by priests and bureaucrats who hadn't spoken it conversationally for generations. That was Sumerian, a dead tongue on bureaucratic life support. And it was a beautiful mess. Its grammar was agglutinative, which means you glued together word pieces to make bigger, more complex meanings. Like Lego bricks, but for verbs. You could express, I have not yet given it to him, as one long word. Like, I haven't yet given it to him, but carved carefully into clay. There were no articles, no genders, but oh, the verb forms, dozens of them, conjugated for tense aspect, mood, voice, subject, object, direction, probably planetary alignment too. Students at Scribal schools had to memorize hundreds of these combinations. It wasn't just language, it was an initiation ritual. And somehow, despite its complexity, it worked. It handled hymns. It held legal arguments. It narrated royal conquests and tragic city collapses with a rhythm both staccato and sublime. It was flexible enough to write about a bakery dispute and a cosmic betrayal using the same toolkit. You don't get that with half-baked dialects, but still, where did it come from? Every major language on Earth has something, a relative, a fossil, a strand of vocabulary that points to another place, another time. But Sumerian nothing. It's the linguistic version of an only child who appears at your door already wearing a tailored suit and asking for your tax records. And it gets weirder. Cuneiform, the script used to write Sumerian, eventually became the writing system for other languages, Akkadian, Babylonian, Assyrian. Those cultures borrowed heavily from the Sumerians. They adapted the symbols. They used the math. They stole the myths. But none of them, none, adopted the actual Sumerian language. They wrote their own Semitic tongues in Sumerian script, like someone texting an emoji from a completely different culture. The language was preserved, yes, revered even, but it was never replicated, never reborn. It simply aged into liturgy, into ritual, into sacred silence. You stand in a ruined temple where 1,000 scribes once chanted in Sumerian. They memorized legal phrases, ceremonial invocations, and riddles with punchlines we've forgotten. Now the only voice left is the wind scraping over broken brick. Why didn't it spread? That's the strange thing. Useful languages tend to spread, especially if they're associated with power. Latin went everywhere. Arabic conquered landscapes. English colonized airwaves. But Sumerian, it stayed local, sacred, untouched. Some believe it was intentionally protected, that the scribes and priests held it close, refused to let it evolve into casual speech. It became the language of ceremony, of gods of contracts and curses. Maybe the average citizen didn't even use it day to day, just nodded along when it was chanted at weddings or inscribed above their front door. And maybe that's the point. Maybe Sumerian was never meant to be shared. Maybe it wasn't a language in the social sense, but a tool, a divine interface for talking to things beyond comprehension, a cosmic command line. After all, this was the culture that believed writing was a divine gift, not a human invention. One of their oldest myths says that Enki, the god of wisdom and water, gave writing to humanity. It wasn't developed. It was handed down like fire or guilt. So maybe Sumerian doesn't have cousins because it didn't evolve. Maybe it was received. A transmission. A download. You flip through modern attempts to reconstruct the language. There are glossaries, grammar books, fragmented dictionaries built over lifetimes. But we'll never hear it spoken. Not with the right accent. Not with the cadence of a priest kneeling before a stone god. Not with the musicality it must have once had. And that's the tragedy. Because while we can read the signs, translate the contracts, the hymns, the curses, we can't feel the breath behind them. The jokes fall flat. The prayers feel hollow. The poetry echoes like a song we only remember the chorus to. And yet the Sumerians didn't seem bothered by this fragility. They wrote everything down, in triplicate, with backup copies stored in temple libraries, as if they knew their language wouldn't last and wanted to trap it in clay before it evaporated. Today, those clay tablets are scattered across museums and storage rooms, dusty archives, and private collections. Thousands of voices whispering from baked mud. And each time someone cracks one open, it's like pressing play on a 6,000-year-old voicemail. You squint at the strange marks again. Each wedge a breath. Each symbol a memory. You don't understand it, but that's okay. Because somewhere in the pause between lines, the silence says more than the words ever could. And if you listen closely enough, maybe you'll hear the first sentence ever spoken to the gods. You stand in front of a temple, not a crumbling ruin, but something alive with purpose. The walls stretch upward in carefully layered bricks, baked by sun and time. The smell of incense still clings faintly to the stone, and if you let your mind wander, you can hear the echo of sandals, the murmur of prayers, the weight of reverence pressing down like humidity. But what's strange isn't what's above the ground, it's what's beneath it. Because if you could peel back the floor stones, dig down under the cornerstone of this holy place, you'd find something very small. A figurine, a tablet, maybe a bundle of beads, or a doll with wide staring eyes. They're not forgotten trash. They were placed there on purpose, with intention. These are foundation deposits, and they're one of the Sumerians' weirdest habits. Little ritual bundles buried under temples, palaces, gates, and walls, like offerings, or warnings, or time bombs of spiritual insurance. You crouch beside a reconstruction of a tiny clay figure with clasped hands frozen in prayer, eyes wide enough to make you uncomfortable. There's a miniature tablet next to it, inscribed with the name of the king or priest who commissioned the building. It's both a divine resume and a metaphysical receipt. I so-and-so built this. Please don't smite it. Or me. It's tempting to think of these as ceremonial fluff symbolic gestures, like ribbon cuttings or groundbreaking speeches. But the Sumerians didn't do symbolism lightly. These deposits were embedded during construction, sometimes in multiple layers, and often accompanied by ominous inscriptions. Many included curses against anyone who might dare disturb them. May Enlil strike down the one who digs here. May their house turn to ash. May their goats explode. Okay, maybe not that last one, but the point is, they took it seriously. Some scholars believe these deposits acted as spiritual anchors, giving the building a soul, like installing a divine battery beneath the structure. Others think it was about ownership recording, who paid for the temple, who had the god's favor, who deserved credit in the afterlife. But there's a third possibility, and it's the one that feels closest to the truth. What if the Sumerians weren't just blessing their buildings? What if they were protecting something? Think about it. You're building a temple, a literal house for a god. You want it to stand, not just physically, but cosmically. You want the god to notice, to approve, to live there. That's not something you leave to chance. So you bury a symbol, a prayer, a compact. You don't just dedicate the space. You bind it. And maybe, just maybe, you keep something else out in the process. You walk through a museum exhibit where these deposits are displayed under glass. Tiny statues with clasped hands, figurines with animal heads, tablets with inscriptions so small they look like decorative lines. But the moment you learn what they were for, they stop looking quaint. They start looking like messages left for something watching. You wonder what happened when those deposits were unearthed for the first time in thousands of years. What shifted when the seals broke? What stirred? And then you remember just a few miles from where the foundation figures were found, archaeologists also unearthed something bigger, something darker: mass graves, the royal tombs of Ur. You duck into a chamber reconstructed from the excavation. It's beautiful, almost too beautiful. Gold lapis lazuli, carnelian silver musical instruments, drinking vessels, wigs headpieces. And lying beneath all that sparkle, 74 bodies. Attendants, guards, musicians, cooks, all arranged neatly around the queen's body like theater actors frozen mid-bow. They weren't buried alive, despite what early archaeologists assumed. There were no signs of distress. The corpses were positioned peacefully, hands folded, faces calm, as if they had simply gone to sleep and forgotten to wake up. The original theory, group suicide. The updated theory, blunt force trauma to the back of the skull. Delivered with chilling precision. These people didn't lie down voluntarily. They were placed like props, like offerings. You can't help but feel the room tilt slightly around you. The instruments are still there, harps and lyres, strings long rotted, but frames intact. Did someone play a final song before the attendants were retired? Did they smile as they lowered their heads, knowing what came next? And here's the part that really twists the knife. There were ramps, like ancient loading docks, designed so bodies could be wheeled in, efficiently laid out with minimal fuss. This wasn't an accident. It was a process. Sumerian project management. What kind of belief system turns death into choreography? You exit the tomb exhibit and lean against a cool stone wall. Outside, the idea of sacrifice is often poetic, giving up something abstract for a cause. But here, it was literal. Lives were curated, positioned, layered beneath power, like limestone under a ziggurat. The tombs and the foundation deposits sit on the same spectrum, rituals of permanence. One to honor the living, one to honor the dead, both acting as contracts between humans and gods, between civilization and chaos, between this world and something else always waiting just beneath. And that's the Sumerian magic, really. They didn't just build, they bound. With every tablet buried, every figure placed, every body arranged in careful symmetry, they were writing something far bigger than a city plan. They were engraving intentions into the earth, making sure the divine network stayed online. Even now, centuries later, their fingerprints are still there, pressed into clay, staring up with hollow eyes and solemn prayers. You exhale. Somewhere in a dusty vault, a new foundation deposit waits to be unearthed. Maybe it'll contain a curse, maybe a story, maybe just a wide-eyed statue, hoping someone remembers why it was made. You picture a small figure, hands clasped, half smile frozen on its face, buried under 6,000 years of silence. And you wonder, did it work? You duck beneath a lintel carved with long forgotten symbols and step into a tomb. The air is thick, heavy with the stillness that only comes from a place where everyone inside has been dead for over 4,000 years. Not just dead arranged, positioned, as if death was less an end and more a design brief. This is the tomb of Queen Puabi. She's laid out like royalty because she was. But the real story here isn't the gold, the carnelian beads, the elaborate headdress, or even the inlaid lyres that seem to hum even without strings. It's the bodies, dozens of them, at least 74, depending on which chamber you're in. All attendants, all posed, all unnervingly serene. At first, early archaeologists looked at the scene and gave a very polite Victorian shrug. Ah, yes, they said monocles probably misting. They must have drunk poison. How noble, how loyal, how very tidy. Because in this chamber there are no signs of violence, no defensive wounds, no scatter, just bodies calmly reclining in death, like they nodded off, waiting for the queen to start the afterlife party. But modern forensics took one look and said, wait a minute. Turns out several of these people had been bludgeoned. A clean, precise strike to the back of the skull, enough to knock out consciousness instantly, enough to ensure death was quiet, even beautiful. This wasn't mass suicide. It was logistics, a state-sponsored exit strategy, complete with ramps for body transport, and a likely team of what you could kindly call mortuary specialists, or, more honestly, ceremonial executioners. This wasn't a murder scene. It was a performance. You step further into the tomb and notice the instruments, the oxen, the carts. They weren't just buried, they were curated. A royal afterlife needed transportation music supplies, and souls, apparently, human ones. Welcome to what archaeologists now call the Danny Karen Prieston. It's not a poetic term. It's a literal trench, dug beside the royal tombs, filled with sacrificial victims, musicians, drivers, guards, even animals. All perfectly arranged. It's like a resume to the gods. Look at all the assets I'm bringing into the next world. But the weirdest part, this wasn't a one-off. Multiple royal tombs have similar patterns. Not as lavish, perhaps, but echoing the same idea that death wasn't just a departure. It was a group activity. You lean against the edge of the trench and try to imagine what the last day looked like. Did the musicians play as they descended into the earth? Did someone hand out instructions? Were prayers said? Contracts read? Did they know? Theories range from solemn ritual sacrifice to coerced loyalty, from drug-induced compliance to simple state-sanctioned brutality dressed in spiritual theater. But the truth, like the bones, is buried deep. There's a moment here when your modern mind tries to make sense of it, to imagine the Sumerians as simply ancient versions of us, same hopes, same fears, just fewer kitchen appliances. But this pulls you out of that illusion. This is alien thinking, not aliens from the sky alien. Alien as in deeply other. A worldview where loyalty isn't a virtue, but a final act of architecture. Where your death can be a structural component in a queen's eternal real estate plan. And that's what chills more than the skeletons. It's how calm it all is. No signs of struggle. No panicked scatter. Just layers of devotion, whether real, enforced, or ritualized into something beyond feeling. You step out into the sunlight, blinking, and wonder if the ones left behind talked about it. Did they tell stories of the servants who followed Queen Puabi into the afterlife like honored warriors? Or did they whisper warnings, glance nervously at the palace walls, and double-check their job descriptions? What you do know is this: the Sumerians didn't treat death lightly. They say curated. Chamatat, and the royal tombs were just the beginning, because not far from where the skeletons rest, another mystery was found. Not a corpse, not a curse, but a story. On clay tablets recovered nearby, archaeologists discovered a peculiar epic, a poetic tale of two kings, a divine rivalry, magical diplomacy, and a possibly imaginary city made of jewels and riddles. It's called Enmerkar and the Lord of Arata. And if the tombs of were built with death, this story was carved with cosmic sarcasm. Here's the setup. Two rulers, Enmerkar of Uruk and the unnamed Lord of Arata, engage in a battle of wills. But instead of swords, they use messengers and magic staffs and incantations and something that might be the earliest reference to written communication being used as a weapon. Seriously, one of the incantations in the text has been interpreted by scholars as a metaphor for the invention of writing. As in, "Hey Arata, we now have a way to send divine threats in written form. Good luck replying without a stylus." The whole narrative is drenched in cosmic pettiness. Enmerkar sends impossible demands: build this, deliver that, interpret this dream, solve this riddle. Arata responds with matching bravado. The gods get involved, maybe. The narrative's fuzzy. The point is, Arata never quite loses, but it does disappear. From the story, from history, from everything. One moment it's there glorious and mysterious, and the next dust. Which raises a question. Was Arata real? Was it a memory of a long-lost city, maybe from a pre-flood era, or a cultural rival that got edited out of history? Or was it metaphor, a cautionary tale about pride, an allegory for the dangers of isolation and refusing to upgrade your ritual technology? No one knows. But what we do know is that the story lingers in Sumerian tablets like a dream half remembered. And just like the royal tombs, it reflects something deeper than conquest or economy. It reflects belief, belief that cities could vanish, that messages could shape reality, that death was an act of ritual architecture, that stories and skeletons told the same truths, just in different dialects. So you walk away from Queen Puabi's tomb and the death pit and the missing city of Arata. You brush the dust from your hands. You think about the servants, the songs, the whispered incantations. You think about the staff of justice, the divine negotiations, the magical texts passed between gods. And for a second, you wonder if you're the messenger now, carrying forgotten messages from a world that never expected to be remembered. The wind shifts. You smell ash. You're no longer standing at a tomb or a temple. You're standing in the middle of a collapse. Not a sudden one, but the kind that unfolds slowly, like a sandcastle melting under a steady tide. Brick by brick, chant by chant, the world is crumbling, and the gods are walking out. Not quietly, though. Not with dignity. They leave behind poetry, grief, and something that sounds a lot like divine spite. Tonight, you're not just wandering ruins. You're listening to Ainare. The Lament. The Sumerians didn't just mourn their cities when they fell, they composed dirges for them. Full-on lyrical eulogies written from the perspective of the gods or the cities themselves. You know, like if Detroit had written a breakup letter to the heavens and performed it every year in minor key. Take the Lament for Ur. It opens like a thundercloud, temples broken ziggurats, weeping the goddess Inanna, abandoning her home like a heartbroken landlord. Statues are described as sitting in silence the city gates as clothed in dust. And over again, you feel this overwhelming cosmic confusion. Why would the gods let this happen? That's not rhetorical. The poem asks it directly. The priests and scribes weren't shy about holding heaven accountable. They knew the rules. If your city's god liked you, you prospered. If they didn't, you got floods, famine, and foreign invasions. And when Ur fell, it didn't look like punishment. It looked like abandonment. So they wrote it down. Painfully, poignantly, they said the gods had packed up and left. That they'd watched from the heavens as fire consumed the shrines. That Enlil, the top god, the one in charge, authorized the destruction. Not exactly subtle, huh? The lament isn't just a piece of poetry. It's a legal document made of grief. A divine lawsuit filed in the form of metaphor. It says, "You let this happen, and we remember." You walk through the ruins of Ur, and the echoes of that sorrow are still embedded in the stones. The city didn't just fall, it was undone. And unlike some neat apocalypse that ends with everyone starting over, the lament doesn't offer closure. There's no grand rebuild, no hopeful final verse, just ash and silence. But what's eerie, what's uniquely Sumerian, is how the destruction is described not just physically, but cosmically. It wasn't just temples that cracked. The order of the universe trembled. The stars turned away. The balance was broken. The very sky is portrayed as grieving. This wasn't just a military loss, it was metaphysical collapse. Like the laws of reality had been unzipped at the seams. And what makes this even stranger is that these laments weren't random literary outbursts. They were performed, repeated, read aloud by priests in ceremonies like national funerals with no end date. Imagine going to church every year, not to celebrate something, but to publicly relive a divine failure. To remember how your God let your entire civilization fall apart and left you to sweep the ashes. Comforting, right? But this wasn't masochism. This was memory as magic, recitation as resistance. The more they sang it, the less they forgot. The less they forgot, the more the gods were held accountable. Or at least that was the hope. Because while Ur had its lament, it wasn't the only city with divine abandonment issues. There was another. One with even more existential panic. Nippur. Now, Nippur wasn't just another city. It was the city, the theological Switzerland of Sumer, neutral, sacred, the home of Enlil, the king of the gods, the cosmic HR director, the ultimate deity with veto power. If you ruled a city-state in Sumer and Enlil didn't like you, game over. You couldn't just go around starting wars or building ziggurats without his divine signature on your metaphorical permission slip. And when Nippur fell, it was a crisis. You read the Lament for Nippur, and it doesn't hit like the others. It's quieter, more intimate. It doesn't scream. It whispers in betrayal. It's written like a love letter to a god who ghosted everyone. It asks the same questions. How could this happen here? If the center of divine order can be leveled, what hope does anyone else have? The statues in Nippur's temples don't cry. They look away. The altars don't burn. They're ignored. Enlil doesn't strike with lightning. He just doesn't show up. And that silence, that's the wound. Because if Enlil can turn his back on Nippur, It means the rules are broken. The cosmic system, this divine contract that underpinned Sumerian society, has been violated. There's no righteous enemy to blame, no sin to confess, just abandonment and the creeping realization that your God might not care, or worse, never did. You close your eyes and imagine the ceremony. The priestess standing in the rubble of a once holy city, reciting the lament by oil lamp light. The wind carrying her words out into the empty night. No one responds. Not a whisper from heaven. Just silence. And here's the kicker. Even in that silence, they kept going. They kept performing the rituals, kept chanting, kept writing poems to gods who weren't listening anymore. Because the Sumerians didn't stop believing. They just started believing differently. They began to see collapse as part of the cycle, death as inevitable, gods as powerful, yes, but not personal, not safe, and maybe in a weird way that made their faith stronger, more honest, less about promises, more about participation. You honored the gods not because they were kind, but because they were part of the structure, even if that structure sometimes collapsed on top of you. You run your fingers over a replica of a lament tablet. The cuneiform is tight, precise, no wasted space, no poetic flailing, just clean, sharp grief carved in baked clay. And you think they wrote their pain down. They made it real, permanent, unignorable. And somehow that made them eternal. Because while cities fall and gods go quiet, clay holds on. Clay remembers. And the laments, they're still here, still readable, still echoing the heartbreak of a people who built a divine order, lost it, and kept singing anyway. So the next time someone tells you ancient people didn't feel as deeply as we do, point them to the laments. Because no one writes poetry like that unless they believed something worth breaking. And the silence that followed, it wasn't the end, it was the space where the next god was supposed to arrive. You're standing in front of something strange. Not beautiful strange, not even terrifying strange. Just geometrically unsettling. An enormous structure curves before you. Not a circle, not a square. An oval. Thick ancient walls wrap around it in a perfect baked brick ellipse. At the center, a temple. But everything about the design feels off. Like the gods were handed a compass and decided, nah. Let's confuse future archaeologists instead. This is a temple oval. A Sumerian architectural enigma that still makes historians squint and rub their foreheads. You've seen ziggurat stepped pyramids rising into the sky like terraced mountains. You've walked through rectangular temple courtyards, narrow alley shrines, and ceremonial plazas that make perfect bureaucratic sense. But this is oval on purpose. And let's be clear, building an oval out of mud brick in the Bronze Age isn't something you do casually. There were no curved rulers or AutoCAD. Every single brick had to be placed deliberately carefully against the natural grain of how humans prefer to build. Ovals don't stack well. They're awkward, expensive, a logistical headache, and the Sumerians built at least 3 of these things. Why? You walk along the curved edge, imagining the labor. The hundreds of workers lining up bricks under the Mesopotamian sun, laying out a curve with obsessive precision, all to surround a central temple with a border that nobody asked for. Most religious buildings from this period followed predictable patterns. The Ziggurat had tiers. The inner sanctum had a defined shape. Symmetry ruled. But here, the rules bend literally. These ovals break the mold both physically and symbolically. Archaeologists have theories, of course. They always do. Some suggest the ovals were used for open-air ceremonies, vast spaces that could hold processions, dances, or sky-watching rituals. Maybe the gods preferred curves to corners. Maybe a rectangular wall was too profane. Others point to astronomy, that the ovals might be aligned with stars or solstices. Perhaps they were cosmological diagrams in brick-form sacred calendars big enough to walk through. Another camp proposes something more philosophical, that the oval represented the cosmic egg, the primordial womb from which all creation emerged. The shape was symbolic of divine birth protection enclosure, a sacred capsule in which the chaos of the world was temporarily held in check. And then there's the fringe theory. You run your hand along the inner wall, and remember this one, a theory that temple ovals were liminal zones, spaces where the divine could manifest physically, not metaphorically, literally. Think divine containment fields, the central temple, just the stage, the oval around it, a buffer zone, a spiritual shock absorber, a perimeter to keep the mortal world safe from the raw, radioactive presence of a visiting god. And when you hear that, suddenly the space feels different, not just sacred, dangerous. What if this wasn't for people to gather in? What if this was a barrier to keep something in? You step back and picture it. The chanting, the offerings, the trance states, the god descending like a thunderclap, and the oval keeping the power from tearing open the seams of reality. Too speculative, maybe, but you can't shake the feeling that the shape itself means something. Something important. Something lost. The strangest part, they didn't build many of these. Only a handful have ever been found. In cities like Kafaja and Lagash, they weren't mass-produced like ziggurats or temple complexes. They were rare. deliberate, exceptionally resource intensive. And then they stopped. Just like that, the tradition vanished. No explanation, no stylistic evolution. The ovals appear. They dominate a site. Then the next era arrives, and everyone's back to rectangles like nothing happened. When scholars ask why the Sumerians abandoned this architectural form, the answers range from changing religious preferences to practical limitations. But the truth is, they don't know. And every theory sounds like someone trying to explain why your eccentric neighbor suddenly stopped painting everything in spirals and went back to beige. You peer into the center of the oval again. It's hard to imagine what it once held. The central temple is gone, just outlines in dirt. Whatever rituals took place there lost. Whatever prayers were whispered to the sky forgotten. But the shape remains, and it speaks volumes. Because if there's one thing the Sumerians were good at, it was precision. Every structure they left behind had a reason, a logic, a spiritual function. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was just because. So when they build an oval like this, you'd better believe it meant something. It may have been a metaphor, or a ritual stage, or a literal space for gods to touch down without setting everyone on fire. But whatever it was rare and powerful. And then it was gone. You walk back to the edge of the oval and look up at the sky, wondering what the priests saw, what the gods demanded, what the people feared. Was it alignment, containment, or something else entirely? The Sumerians wouldn't say. They'd just build an enormous oval, bury a figurine at the entrance curse anyone who disturbed it, and leave. And when you ask their descendants what it all meant, they change the subject. You step away from the oval, your thoughts still spiraling in strange curves, when someone presses a damp clay tablet into your hands. No introduction, no context, just numbers, names, a timeline. It's a king list. At first glance, it reads like what you'd expect from a record-keeping culture obsessed with bureaucracy. Names of rulers, how long they reigned, the cities they ruled from. Fairly standard stuff until you squint and read. After the kingship descended from heaven, Alulim became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. Wait, hold on. 28,800 years. You blink. That can't be right. You check the next line. Alalgar ruled for 36,000 years. Oh, we're doing this now. Welcome to the Sumerian King List. A document that begins like an administrative archive and quickly veers into Twilight Zone territory. It's one part census, one part divine fan fiction, and all parts baffling. Etched into tablets and recopied over centuries, the King List begins with rulers who reigned not for decades, but millennia. A few lucky ones even got reigns exceeding 40,000 years. You start to wonder what kind of HR department kept track of sick days over that kind of tenure. Some historians smile politely and say these numbers are symbolic representations of dynastic legitimacy, cosmological cycles, or ritual time. That the absurd durations reflect mythology, not math. Others, a bit more wide-eyed, suggest they're echoes of real memory, passed down orally and inflated through reverence or bad decimal placement. And then there are the true believers, the ones who say, yep, that guy really ruled for 36,000 years, usually followed by words like Nephilim, or alien DNA, or ancient frequency pyramids. You can choose your flavor of weird. But the real mystery isn't the numbers, it's what the list does with them. Because right in the middle of all this mythic longevity, something happens. A flood. Yes, that flood. Suddenly, the rain lengths drop dramatically. No more 1,000-year kings. No more divine lifespans. Just 30 years here, 40 years there. From cosmic demigods to tax-paying mortals in a single line break. It's like someone hit the reset button on history. The king list doesn't explain the transition. It just moves on like a phone call that cuts out and comes back with everyone pretending nothing happened. The pre-flood kings are legendary. The post-flood kings are administrative. Something changed. You stand there holding the tablet and realize this is not a list. It's a statement, a declaration of order, an origin myth disguised as a bureaucratic record, because that's the genius of the king list. It hides cosmic storytelling behind the most boring format imaginable a chart. Each entry serves a function not just to say who ruled, but why. The cities listed Eridu Bad Tabira, Larak, Sipar Shurupak aren't just political capitals. They're cosmological stages, places where kingship descended from heaven, not arose from human squabbles. That line is important. It doesn't say someone fought for power. It says it was given from above. Legitimacy, according to the list, isn't earned. It's downloaded. The Sumerians weren't shy about this. Their kings weren't just rulers, they were extensions of the divine order. Kingship was a sacred institution, not a political one. And by embedding it in a list like this, they gave it the weight of eternity. But here's where it gets weirder. The king list isn't consistent. Different copies exist, and they don't all agree. Some kings are added, others are dropped. Reign lengths vary wildly, like someone was adjusting the dial on historical credibility based on how popular the king was in hindsight. It's as if the scribes weren't just recording the past, they were curating it, which is very human, because while we laugh at 36,000-year reigns, we also name our stadiums after billionaires and rewrite school books every generation. Sumerians just baked their version into clay, and let's not pretend we don't do similar things today. Every culture has its mythic phase. George Washington and the cherry tree, the Wild West, the moon landing. Okay, that one's real, relax. The point is, the king list wasn't just a record, it was a tool, a political and spiritual document rolled into one. It told you not just who ruled, but what kind of universe you were living in. One where gods handed out crowns like participation trophies in a cosmic chess game. One where floods reset the board. One where power could be measured in millennia until it couldn't. And then it told you, this is where you fit in. You're king. Yeah, he rules for 32 years, but he's in this list. And that means the gods haven't forgotten you. You hand the tablet back and walk through the imaginary timeline in your head. First came the impossible kings, then the flood, then the world you can kind of recognize: cities, dynasties, collapses, laments. But the king list never answers the most important question. Where did the first kings come from? Not in the mythic sense, not in the descended from heaven line, but in the actual practical human sense. How did the Sumerians go from scattered fishing villages to Yat-das-Lors, measuring royal legitimacy in base 60 math across 28,000-year reigns? How did they keep track of anything before writing? Why do they remember these names at all? No one knows. The list starts mid-breath, mid-story, mid-god. Like everything else Sumerian, it doesn't begin. It just continues. And you standing at the end of the line are left wondering, not how it all started, but who edited it last. Was the list a lie, a metaphor, a historical accident, or was it a coded message? Something meant to tell us, you were not the first, you won't be the last. But we remembered what mattered, even if you won't. And just like that, the tablet crumbles in your dreamlike hand, and you remember. There's still more clay waiting. You're in a back room now. No kings, no gods, no poetry, just tokens, hundreds of them, little clay cones, spheres, discs, and cylinders, each small enough to fit in your palm, each whispering the same thing. Someone had to keep track of the goats. This is the Chalkworsilai, proto-writing period, the era before cuneiform, before the stylus hit the tablet. And if you think writing was invented to tell grand myths or immortalize royal decrees, the Sumerians have news for you. It all started with receipts. You pick up a clay envelope called a bulla. Inside, it rattles faintly, filled with tokens. Each token represents something: 1 sheep, 10 jars of oil, a stack of barley. These weren't toys. They were the earliest spreadsheets. 3-dimensional accounting. You want to know how many animals your neighbor owes you. Shake the envelope. Eventually, someone got tired of opening these little clay piggy banks every time they needed to double-check the contents. So they pressed the tokens into the outside of the envelope to represent what was inside. That way, you didn't have to open it unless someone was really contesting the goat math. But the minute they started pressing symbols into clay, they created something new. They created writing, and it wasn't lyrical at first. It was logistical. The first written symbols weren't about gods or glory. They were about barley rations and labor quotas. Civilization didn't arise because someone wanted to compose an epic. It happened because someone really wanted a paper trail. You sit back and admire the simplicity of it all. The logic, the weird practical poetry. Humanity's first step into recorded communication wasn't love letters or manifestos. It was math, inventory, the divine urge to count. The shift from tokens to symbols was gradual but inevitable. The marks got more stylized, the symbols standardized, the scribes evolved. Before long, they weren't just pressing shapes, they were scratching lines. And suddenly, proto-cuneiform was born. You picture a priest-accountant sitting at a temple desk, stylus in hand tablet, on lap, the smell of wet clay in the air. He's not writing a myth. He's recording how much barley went missing from warehouse C last week. Because someone needs to answer for that, and divine wrath only works if you can show the receipts. This isn't glamorous, but it's real, tangible, mundane magic. And it tells you something profound, that the infrastructure of civilization laws, God's cities, was built on top of something older, quieter, more foundational. Trust. And trust, as every temple official knew, had to be recorded in clay, in duplicate, stamped with a seal. You look at an early accounting tablet. It's full of symbols that don't quite resemble words yet. Just lines, strokes, geometric impressions. It's beautiful in its incomprehensibility. And you realize you're looking at the moment humanity decided that memory wasn't enough, that thoughts, transactions, promises needed to leave a mark, that forgetting was no longer an option. But there's another twist. You might assume that once writing was invented, it spread immediately to every sphere of life. Poetry, storytelling, curses, love. But no, for a while, Sumerian writing remained entirely administrative. For hundreds of years, no one used it to write anything remotely creative. The early archives are almost all lists, deliveries, grain inventories, herd counts, temple personnel, slave transfers. It's as if the culture that gave birth to civilization wanted to make absolutely sure its bureaucracy worked before it allowed anyone to write a sonnet. And when you step back and think about it, that makes sense. Myths are powerful. But first, you need a system, a structure, a society that won't collapse if someone forgets who was supposed to bring the oxen. And while it may sound boring, there's something sacred in the Sumerians' dedication to record keeping. Because behind every token, every clay envelope, every scratch symbol, there was faith that things could be remembered, that transactions mattered, that human interaction could be preserved. You hold one of the tokens up to the light. It's small, unassuming, a bit lumpy. It doesn't look like a relic of genius, but it is. It's the ancestor of every ledger, every contract, every balance sheet, every budget meeting. And if that makes you shiver a little good, it should, because the further you dig into Sumerian prehistory, the more you realize they didn't invent civilization out of inspiration. They built it out of necessity. Someone had to organize the barley. Someone had to track the labor force. Someone had to figure out how to feed the temple's 37 goats while still collecting enough grain for taxes and sacrifices. And the person who did that, they weren't a king. They were a clerk, a scribe, a guy hunched over a slab of clay, sweating, scratching symbols into history, probably wondering if anyone would ever care. They would. You leave the archive and walk outside into a reconstructed Sumerian plaza. There are replicas of temples, storehouses, walls. You imagine this place not as ruins, but alive with noise smells people. And in the center of it all, a little booth, a desk, a man with a stylus, recording, checking, filing, keeping the world in order. Because before there were gods to worship, there were receipts to balance. Before there were kings to crown, there were tokens to count. And before writing became myth, it was math. So, the next time you hear that writing was invented to preserve poetry, smile, shake your head, and remember, it all started with barley. You feel the heat first, then the water, then the silence that comes after a storm has wiped the board clean. Because now we've reached the edge of history, the line where memory dissolves into myth and mud becomes metaphor. Welcome to the flood, not a flood. The flood. The big one. The one that changed everything, or so the Sumerians claimed. You already know the story, at least in its later forms. An angry god, a man chosen, a boat, animals marching 2 by 2, a deluge that drowns the world, and then a rainbow, a restart. But long before Noah grabbed a hammer, the Sumerians told this tale. And theirs, it's darker, stranger, and possibly, just possibly, closer to some version of truth. The earliest version we have is carved into the Etchial Eridu Genesis, Chalanchin Chiland, a creation flood hybrid that's frustratingly incomplete. It reads like someone started dictating the Bible, but the tablet broke in half halfway through. Still, here's what survives. The gods were tired. Humanity had become noisy, messy, annoying. The gods, being cosmic introverts, decided they needed a little peace and quiet. So they planned a flood, a big one, but one god. Enki had a soft spot for humans, or maybe he just liked good project management. Either way, he pulled a fast one. He found a human named Ziusudra, a king, a priest, a righteous man, and whispered the ultimate spoiler alert: build a boat. No rain explanation, no arc specs, just trust and timeliness. Ziusudra builds the boat, loads it with life animals' grain, maybe a few family members who weren't too skeptical, and rides out the storm. When it's over, he emerges, offers a sacrifice, and is rewarded with Fakbern immortality. Sound familiar? It should. This narrative predates the biblical flood by at least 1,000 years, and it shows up again later in the Akkadian version with Utnapishtim, and then again in the Hebrew book of Genesis. Over time, the names change, the details shift, but the bones of the story stay weirdly intact, which raises the big question: did something happen? You step into a museum replica of ancient Shurapak, one of the cities listed in the king list as existing before the flood, and you notice something buried in the archaeological report: a layer of silt, not just any silt, flood silt, a sudden deposit of mud, sandwiched between human occupation levels with no signs of gradual buildup. Just a thick, silty interruption, like someone hit pause on civilization. Now, that doesn't mean the entire world flooded, or that giraffes marched up a gangplank in Mesopotamia. But it does mean there were massive catastrophic floods in this region, enough to wipe out cities, enough to traumatize a culture into metaphor. Because what's remarkable isn't that the Sumerians had a flood myth. It's that so many Staikans, ancient civilizations did. Babylon, Israel, Greece, India. Even the Norse had tales of rising waters. Same themes, same survivors, same divine scolding. Either they all copied each other, or they all remembered something. But the Sumerian version isn't just a natural disaster. It's a cosmic reset. After the flood, everything changes. Before, the kings lived for 30,000 years. Afterwards, 30, before gods walked among men. Afterwards, they retire to the heavens and start emailing in their divine judgments. Time itself becomes smaller, more human. The flood, then, isn't just punishment. It's a metaphor for the lawful loss of divine intimacy, a boundary placed between heaven and earth. After the flood, you need rituals. You need temples. You need intermediaries. You can't just talk to a god over dinner anymore. And maybe that's why the story stuck, because it explained the distance, the silence. You wander through a reconstructed boat exhibit. It's simple. Reed-wrapped hull, bitumen sealed. Not the massive wooden cruise liner of Sunday school illustrations, but something real. Something that could have floated down the Euphrates and carried just enough life to start over. And that's the power of the story. It feels plausible. Too plausible. Because even today, the Mesopotamian rivers still flood. Even today, entire regions can be washed away in days. Imagine living in a world where you couldn't predict it, where the rivers were gods and their moods decided your survival. A flood wasn't just water. It was Gilgamesh, Ei Seifor, Ichi divine moodiness. And so the myth was born not as fiction, but as framework. A way to explain the chaos, to assign meaning to destruction, and also to warn. Because every flood myth ends the same way with survival, with something or someone preserved. In the Sumerian version, it's Ziusudra, his boat, his knowledge, his story. And he doesn't just repopulate the earth, he becomes something more. He's taken by the gods, granted eternal life, which is the myth's way of saying he remembered, he learned, and so he transcended. But here's the twist. We don't know what happened to his story next. The Eridu Genesis breaks off. The tablet ends mid-thought, mid-line, like the gods themselves lost interest in finishing the narrative. And maybe that's intentional, because floods don't end with neat conclusions. They end with mud rebuilding and long silences. And that silence, it echoes. You feel it in the ruins, in the gaps between tablets, in the uncertainty of timelines. The Sumerians didn't just write about the flood. They felt it, and maybe that's why their civilization clung so tightly to writing, to contracts, to architecture, to divinely approved record-keeping. They knew how quickly it could all be washed away. So the flood wasn't just a warning. It was a memory, a pressure point in time, the moment when God stopped walking through cities and started whispering from the sky. You find yourself on a fishing boat, not a modern one, not even a Sumerian one, just a dream version of a boat, quiet water all around, soft ripples, a breeze that smells like river reeds and ritual smoke. And on the deck stands a man named Adapa. He doesn't know it yet, but he's about to make the worst good decision in mythological history. Adapa is no hero. He's not a king. He doesn't slay monsters or conquer cities. He's a priest. Devoted, obedient, probably great at organizing incense racks. He serves the god Enki at Eridu, one of the oldest cities in Sumer. He's smart, loyal, humble. Basically, the ideal divine intern. But today, the wind breaks his fishing boat. Literally, the south wind. Personified in Sumerian mythology as a being with wings knocks over his vessel. Adapa, being a little more spicy than expected, gets angry and breaks the wind's wings in retaliation. You heard that right. He breaks the wind's wings, somehow. Don't worry about the physics. Myth doesn't care. Anyway, the gods notice. Specifically, Anu, the sky god, who summons Adapa to the heavens for an explanation. That's a big deal. Most humans don't get invited upstairs, but before Adapa goes, his boss Enki pulls him aside for a little coaching session. Listen, Enki says, probably twirling a cup of beer, they're going to offer you food and drink. Don't touch it. Don't eat it. Don't drink it. It's a trap. Trust me. Adapa nods. Got it. Say nothing. Touch nothing. Be polite. Be dry. So he goes. And the gods do exactly what Enki predicted. They offer him the maki bread and water of life. Immortality. Literal divine ambrosia. And what does Adapa do? He says no thank you. Because he was told to. Because he trusted his God. Because he followed orders. And just like that, humanity lost eternal life. Oops. You sit with that for a moment. The man didn't disobey. He obeyed too well. He didn't fail a test. He passed one, the wrong one. This story hits differently than other myths. There's no fire theft like Prometheus. No original sin like Adam and Eve. No trickster games like Loki. Just a guy doing his job. Listening to his mentor. Following directions. And that, not arrogance or greed, is what separates humans from gods forever. Adapa returns to Earth unaware of what he's rejected. The gods are stunned, confused. Anu wonders if Enki set the whole thing up. And Enki, that slippery god of wisdom, doesn't say much. Mission accomplished. But why? Why sabotage immortality? Some scholars think this story is a theological parable, a way to explain why humans die and gods don't. Others believe it's a warning: don't meddle in divine affairs. Don't reach too high. Stay in your place. But there's something deeper here, something uncomfortable. Because unlike the myths, where humans are punished for ambition, Adapa is punished for obedience. And that raises a terrifying possibility. What if being good isn't enough? What if following the rules doesn't protect you? What if wisdom itself can be a trap? You lean against the side of the dreamboat and look at Adapa still standing there, still unaware. You want to shout at him, to warn him, to say, take the bread, take the drink. Don't listen to Enki. But it's too late. The tablet's already written. The clay is dry. And that's part of the tragedy, too. No one protests. Adapa doesn't question his orders. The gods don't give second chances. The narrative doesn't even flinch. It just moves on, casually consigning humanity to aging sickness and inevitable expiration. This wasn't a fall from grace. It was a quiet, bureaucratic mistake, and that might be the most Sumerian thing of all. Because in their world, the divine didn't punish with lightning bolts. It punished with silence, with withholding, with decisions so layered in mystery that no one even knew a punishment had happened until centuries later. You step off the boat and return to dry land, now a little more mortal, a little more tired. The myth lingers. Adapa's choice echoes through your bones. Because what the Sumerians understood, perhaps better than any who came after, is that life wasn't fair, wasn't clear, and wasn't designed for satisfaction. It was designed for war maintenance. They built cities to hold order against the flood, temples to negotiate with uncaring gods, laws to smooth the jagged teeth of fate, writing to keep track of the chaos. And this story, this quiet tragedy, it's a blueprint for the human condition. You want to live forever. Too bad. You trusted the wrong God. You followed instructions. You passed the test. that shouldn't have existed. And that's what makes the Adapa myth so haunting. Because it's not about heroism. It's about compliance and the price of misunderstanding the rules in a world where the gods don't explain them. You close the imaginary tablet and picture the next morning. Adapa wakes, returns to his temple, lights the fires, sweeps the steps, offers incense. He never knows. He never rebels. He just keeps working, like us. You walk into a city on fire. Not literally, it's long since ash, but you can still feel the heat. The dry air carries it. The cracks in the brick whisper it. This is Akkad, once the gleaming heart of empire. Now a name on a tablet, a pile of ruins, and a cautionary tale scrawled across eternity. Here's the twist: we don't actually know where Akkad was. We've never found it. And yet, we know how it fell, because the Sumerians made sure we did. They wrote a poem, a long one, with curses, lots of curses. It's called the Har and Grain. Curse of Akkad, and it's less an epic and more a divine roast session aimed squarely at one man, Naram, Sinshan, Sin grandson of the great Sargon of Akkad. You remember Sargon, right? First guy to unite Mesopotamia under one rule. First empire builder. First, maybe this is too much kind of king. His dynasty unstoppable. Until Naram Sin messed with a temple. Bad idea. According to the poem, Naram Sin grew arrogant. He attacked Nippur, the city of Enlil, the cosmic landlord of Sumerian theology. And if you've been paying attention, you know Enlil doesn't take kindly to boundary violations. Nippur was sacred, untouchable. The theological Switzerland of Mesopotamia. So when Naram Sin marched in swinging spears and knocking over incense burners, the gods didn't just frown. They cursed the entire region. Crops failed. Cities burned. Rivers turned to dust. And the Gutians, a mysterious mountain people with great cheekbones and no recorded chill, descended from the hills and stomped the Akkadian Empire into memory. At least, that's the poetic version. Modern historians aren't quite so sure. They say climate change played a role. Evidence of a major drought around 2200 BCE backs this up. Trade routes collapsed. Food supplies dried up. Overextension. Bureaucratic fatigue. The usual downfall suspects. But the Sumerians didn't blame weather. They blamed divine wrath. And they wrote the poem not to document the collapse, but to make sense of it. You read the Curse of Akkad, and it feels like an ancient episode of House of Cards. Political intrigue, divine betrayal, a ruler spiraling. Naram Sin sacrifices. He prays. He begs Enlil for forgiveness. Enlil leaves him on red. The gods are depicted not as merciful guardians, but as executives wielding silence like a guillotine. There's no redemption arc, no dramatic reconciliation, just collapse. And the bitter knowledge that you crossed a line you didn't even know was there. You pace the imaginary ruins of Akkad and think, why write this down? Why preserve the shame? Because the Sumerians understood the power of story. They knew that failure wasn't the end. It was a lesson. A warning. Don't desecrate temples. Don't challenge the gods. And definitely don't think your empire is immune to cosmic HR violations. But there's something else under the surface. The poem doesn't just blame Naram's sin. It doesn't just blame the gods. It grieves. It mourns the fall of something beautiful. A city where rituals once aligned the heavens. A civilization that had reached so far only to collapse in on itself. And that grief, it's not just political, it's existential. You stand in the middle of what used to be Akkad somewhere and feel the weight of a world that knew even then that greatness was fragile, that kings fall, that temples crumble, that even divine favor has a shelf life. You run your fingers over a replica tablet and notice the language. It's not just poetic, it's bitterly elegant. It names cities like people, temples like family, and Naram's sin like a child who should have known better. There's no joy in his downfall, just disillusionment. And maybe that's the real curse. Not the drought, not the Gutians, not even Enlil's ghosting. The real curse is knowing your gods could abandon you, that everything you built could vanish, and that the story that survives won't be your victories, it'll be your mistakes. You think back to the Adapa myth, how obedience cost humanity immortality. Now here, centuries later, it's arrogance that undoes an empire. Too little caution, too much ambition. Both paths lead to ruin, and that's the Sumerian paradox. You're damned if you reach too high. You're forgotten if you don't reach at all. So you leave Akkad behind, the city that might have been anywhere, the empire that tried to unify the gods and got humbled instead. And as you walk, you wonder how many other collapses started the same way, with a king, a bad decision, and a god who finally stopped saying yes. B section 3 phones. Now, you're in a city that wasn't supposed to fall. A city so sacred, so central, so spiritually significant that even mentioning its destruction must have felt like blasphemy. But it did fall. And when it did, the people didn't scream. They wrote, "Welcome to Nippur, the theological heartbeat of Sumer. Not the biggest city, not the richest, but the most important, at least to the gods. You've heard of Enlil by now, the Sumerian sky boss, the god of air and authority, the one whose frown alone could dry up a river. Well, this was his house, his throne room, his administrative headquarters for running the cosmos. In other words, messing with Nippur was like spray painting graffiti on heaven's front door, which is why its destruction hits differently. Other cities fell to invaders' floods or economic collapse. Nippur, its fall was theological, a system crash, and the response, the lament for Nippur. If the lament for was a howl of rage, the lament for Nippur is a whispered accusation. It's a heartbreak hymn sung not with anger, but with confusion. You can almost hear the lines spoken in a broken voice by someone staring at temple ruins asking, "How could you let this happen?" Because Nippur wasn't just another dot on the map, it was neutral ground. Every king wanted Nippur's favor. Every city sent offerings. No matter how hard they warred with each other, they all agreed, you don't touch Nippur. And yet, someone did. Or something. The details are hazy. There's no big splashy historical account of conquest. Just the aftermath: temples burned, statues, defaced sacred texts turned to ash. The poem doesn't name the invaders. It doesn't need to. Because what really broke was the Sumtrum contract, the unspoken agreement between gods and mortals that if you did the rituals, made the offerings, honored the festivals, the gods would protect you. Nippur upheld that contract better than anyone. And the gods didn't show up. You run your fingers along a stone wall and try to imagine what it felt like standing in the city square as the temple collapsed, watching priests carry out sacred relics with soot on their robes, realizing the thing that was never supposed to happen was happening. And worse, there was no divine intervention, no miracle, no rescue, just silence. The lament for Nippur is full of eerie imagery. Statues that refuse to speak, altars that stop smoking, city gates that seem ashamed to open. Even the streets are described as mourning, as if the very geometry of the place had feelings, and all of them were hurt. And in the center of it all, Enlil, silent, absent, possibly complicit. The lament dances around this idea, never accusing directly, but letting the suggestion hang in the air like incense. Maybe Enlil let this happen. Maybe he turned his face. Maybe the god of cosmic order decided Nippur wasn't worth saving. And that's the part that still gives scholars shivers. Because it's not just a lament for a city. It's a Anshalha. Preshar, crisis of belief. If even Nippur can fall, what is sacred? What's left to trust? You sit in the ashes of the story, and something about it feels too modern, too raw. This isn't the lament of a people defeated by enemies. It's the lament of a people defeated by disappointment. The rituals didn't work. The system broke. The god didn't answer. And yet here's the strangest part: they kept writing. The poem doesn't end with vengeance, or redemption, or even much hope. It ends with a kind of fragile quiet, a vague longing for restoration, a wish, a sigh. There's no grand rebuilding arc, just an open question. Can something broken ever be sacred again? And that question, whispered across centuries, is why the lament still lives. It's not just a historical record, it's an emotional fossil, proof that even the oldest civilizations had doubt, that they wrestled with faith, with silence, with the unbearable possibility that sometimes the gods aren't listening and never were. You take one last look around Nippur. The bricks are dusty, the temple's gone, but something lingers in the space. Not a god, not a spirit, just a kind of stillness, a memory of a people who built their city on trust and watched it fall. And instead of turning away, they picked up a stylus and wrote a poem. Word count: Muwan, Hero 10. Ama, waiting for continue. Isan, Section 13. You descend, not metaphorically, not this time. You're stepping into the underworld, not with torches or guides or maps, but with fragments of text, half remembered rituals, and the vague sense that this place is not entirely empty. Welcome to Kur, the Sumerian land of the dead. And if you were expecting harps and halos or fiery punishment chambers with pitchforks and screaming well, the Sumerians had a different idea. In Kur, no one screams, no one sings. They just wait forever. You step through the first of 7 gates, imaginary, of course, because like everything else in Sumerian cosmology, the geography of the afterlife is frustratingly inconsistent. Some texts say 7 gates, others say a dusty plain. Others still hint at rivers, mountains, and long bureaucratic queues. It shifts like a dream you can't quite retell in the morning. But certain details never change. First, it's below, always. Second, it's gray, not black, not hellish, just dust, shadow, a colorless echo of the world above. Third, everyone ends up here. Kings, slaves, priests, scribes. It doesn't matter how righteous you were. Kur is the default setting was of the soul. Equal opportunity bleakness. You walk a little farther, and the gloom thickens. Not dark exactly, just dim, like twilight stuck on repeat. You pass the dead, not wailing spirits, but bird-like shades, described in ancient texts as having wings, feeding on dust, pecking at silence. They don't attack. They don't speak. They just are. And their queen, Ereshkigal, you see her throne from a distance, vast, silent, stone cold. She doesn't greet you, doesn't rise. She rules from stillness, surrounded by gala demons, her terrifying attendants who ensure no one leaves without proper paperwork, and nobody ever has proper paperwork. There are no rewards here. No punishments either. No divine scale to weigh your heart against a feather. No eternal fire. No shining kingdom. Just existence without consequence. That's the Sumerian afterlife. You don't go there because you were bad. You go there because you were alive. And that might be the most unsettling part, because Kur doesn't offer redemption. It offers procedure. You die and you go. That's it. No test, no judgment, just transition. You wonder what comfort this gave the living. Probably none. But for the Sumerians, that wasn't the point. The point wasn't to comfort. The point was to explain. Because in a world where crops failed, floods came, and cities burned with divine indifference, it made sense that the afterlife would be just as unsatisfying. It matched the tone of the universe, but there were loopholes. Always are. Sumerian texts mention rituals that could summon the dead, not for resurrection, but for information. You could call upon a deceased king or ancestor to advise on legal matters or deliver an omen. Sometimes they appeared in dreams, other times through incantations. Ghosts in this system were not scary. They were staff. Though occasionally they got out of hand if you didn't bury someone properly, if you missed a ritual, or failed to provide offerings. The dead could become restless, not to haunt you in the Hollywood sense, but to pester you. Illness, misfortune, sudden goat failures, all trace back to someone upstairs, forgetting their ceremonial obligations. So, like everything in Sumerian life, the afterlife was transactional. You paid your dues, lit your incense, placed the food on the offering table, and maybe Kerr would stay quiet. But even in its silence, Kerr had rules. There's one story, perhaps the most famous, that tells of someone who actually went to the underworld and came back. Someone who challenged the whole system. Yes, that Inanna, goddess of love, wore fertility chaos and drama. One day, for reasons still debated, she decides to visit her sister Ereshkigal in the underworld, maybe to pay respects, maybe to steal something, maybe just to prove a point. But here's the catch: to enter Kur, you must pass through 7 gates. And at each one, you remove a piece of clothing, a piece of power, crown, necklace, breastplate, until at the final gate, Inanna stands naked, vulnerable, exposed. And then she dies. Just like that. The Queen of Heaven is struck down. Her body is hung on a hook. The universe pauses. Crops stop growing. Love disappears from the world. The gods panic. Eventually, she's rescued thanks to some clever emissaries and political bargaining. But when she leaves, someone else has to stay behind. That's the price. Balance must be maintained. And so she chooses her husband, Shikujizuk Dumuzi, who is dragged down to Kur in her place. That's how the system works. Not fair, not just balanced. Kur doesn't change. You do. You step away from the underworld texts and blink into the present. Your world has color again, texture, sunlight, and for a moment you miss Kur, not because it was pleasant, but because it made sense. It was consistent, unforgiving, yes, but honest. You look up at the modern sky and think about all the ways humans have tried to make death more comforting. Golden streets, reincarnation reunion with loved ones. The Sumerians didn't do that. They built temples to negotiate with death, not against it. They wrote spells, not prayers, contracts, not hymns, and their underworld, it wasn't hell, it was repulsia. You walk away from the stone tablet with a strange respect for the bleakness, for the system, for the quiet dignity of a world view that didn't need a reward to justify life. It was enough to live, to work, to serve, to be counted, and then to go to Kur, not to be judged, just remembered. You dust off your robes and leave the underworld behind, only to find yourself seated in a courtroom. No jury, no powdered wigs, just a table, a priest judge with a serious beard, and two very irritated Sumerians yelling at each other about whose goat wandered onto whose barley field. Welcome to the Sumerian law. Not yet Hammurabi's neatly carved commandments, but something older, messier, and surprisingly human. And you know what? It works. Sumerian justice wasn't delivered from on high, wrapped in thunder and proclamations. It was negotiated, disputed, recorded, and argued over by scribes, priests, and neighbors with better memories than patience. They didn't have the law. They had hundreds of them written on tablets, etched into contracts, baked into temple archives. Some were edicts from kings, others were case rulings. A few were just clever proverbs that probably started as gossip. There was no central code at first, no master list, just decisions, precedents, clay footprints through the swamp of social conflict. And those conflicts, hilariously familiar. You scan the charges, inheritance disputes, unpaid dowries, stolen, livestock land, boundary disagreements, breach of contract. Honestly, it's like reading the complaints board of a suburban HOA, but with slightly more cuneiform and significantly more divine oaths. One case goes like this. A man borrows a donkey. It dies. Was it mistreated, or was it just old? The court deliberates, compares testimonies, consults a previous judgment from the city of Ur, and rules in favor of the lender. Another case involves a woman claiming her neighbor cursed her crops with a ritual she didn't perform correctly. The court asks her to swear an oath to Enlil. She hesitates. The case is dropped. Suspicious, but efficient. You sit in on one trial and realize something wild. They had appeal systems. If someone thought a judgment was unfair, they could take the case to a higher temple court. Not every time, and not easily, but the idea was there. This isn't mob justice. It's morum. Law with layers. Sure, some of it is harsh. Stealing could get you enslaved. Adultery, depending on who you were, it might mean death or a fine and a long talk with the high priestess. Social class mattered. So did gender. The law was flexible, yes, but it bent toward hierarchy. And still, It wasn't chaos, because justice in Sumer wasn't about punishment. It was about balance. Someone takes your cow, you get compensation. A neighbor damages your field, they pay for the crop loss. Wronged someone, apologize, compensate, move on. Execution was rare, public shaming even rarer. What mattered most was restoring the order, the cosmic and the civic, and the key to all of it, oaths. Swear on Enlil, swear on the temple, swear on your own shadow if you must, but swear. If you lied under oath, the gods would handle the punishment. Eventually, maybe. It's divine outsourcing at its finest. But these weren't empty rituals. To the Sumerians, words carried weight. A lie wasn't just false, it was a fracture in the fabric of the world, and truth that was sacred infrastructure. That's why scribes mattered so much. They weren't just note takers. They were legal archivists, divine stenographers, and bureaucratic sorcerers rolled into one. If a law wasn't written down, it didn't exist. If it was written down, it was permanent unless someone erased it, which was rare and usually cursed. You examine a contract tablet from Lagash. It's small, maybe palm-sized, but packed with information. Names, goods, exchange dates, witnesses, and a tiny diagram of the transaction. The whole thing sealed with a cylinder seal, basically a personal stamp rolled across the clay, like an ancient signature. The parties involved each got a copy. One went to the temple archives. One stayed in your house, probably stored in a basket near the bread. Need to enforce the agreement. Bring your tablet to court. Let the priest read it aloud. Case closed. It's not flashy, but it's efficient, and it's astonishingly familiar. Because as you sit there in this imagined Sumerian courtroom, surrounded by the faint smell of incense and dust, you realize something. We still do this. We still argue over contracts, file complaints, appeal decisions, swear on higher powers, and ask someone in a robe to make the final call. Only now, the robes have sleeves, and the judgment comes by email. You smile because even 6,000 years ago, the same dramas played out. Who owns what? Who said what? Who lied? Who owes? And the Sumerians, practical as ever, didn't try to moralize every conflict. They just wrote it down, figured it out, and moved on. Maybe with a curse thrown in for flavor. Because yes, they included curses in legal texts. Not all of them, but enough to make you laugh nervously. May whoever alters this agreement be struck blind by Nana. May Inanna cause their crops to rot. May Enlil forget their name. Legal and poetic. But underneath the curses and the oaths was a deep belief in order, not perfection, not fairness in the modern sense, just order. A world where things had their place, roles were respected, disputes had solutions, and when they didn't, you made one up. Because the system had to hold, and the system, it was built on clay. You look around one last time. The courtroom's quiet now. The scribe packs up his stylus. The disputing neighbors head home muttering under their breath. Another case closed. Another moment in the long, slow birth of law. And as you step outside, you realize the Sumerians didn't invent justice. They invented the paperwork, and that more than the gods, the myths, or the ziggurats, is what made their civilization last. Because in the end, justice isn't a statue. It's a tablet, signed, dated, and pressed forever into the memory of the world. You're in school now, not your school. Their school. And it's not what you'd expect. There's no chalkboard, no lunch bell, no inspirational posters with soaring hawks and words like excellence. Just mud brick walls, low wooden benches, and a whole lot of clay. Welcome to the Adapa, the Sumerian tablet house, a combination of school scribal training center and psychological endurance test. Here boys, and only boys, were trained to become scribes, and being a scribe, that was everything. It was your shot at power security and the thrilling opportunity to spend the rest of your life hunched over damp clay, trying to spell barley correctly while your teacher grumbled in the background. You're handed a stylus, a reed cut at an angle. Your first assignment, practice your wedges, vertical, horizontal, diagonal. Repeat until your hand cramps. Then do it again. Then do it again, but straighter. Now try it on a smaller tablet. Now rewrite the day's assignment from memory. Welcome to the grind. We know what this looked like because the students left behind their homework. Actual clay tablets filled with practice lines, vocabulary drills, and what can only be described as Bronze Age spelling errors. Sometimes the teacher corrects them in the margins. Other times, he simply beats them. And that's not poetic license. One text aptly titled, School Days, is a first-person account of a student's rough morning in scribal education. He shows up, tries to copy his lesson, messes up the symbols. The teacher yells, then beats him with a stick. Later, another teacher beats him, then another. Eventually, his father intervenes and bribes the staff with gifts and compliments. The beating stops. The student is praised. Everyone's happy. Yes, it's basically a sitcom, but it tells you something important. Education in Sumer was brutal. Not because they were cruel, but because they believed writing was sacred. Not just a skill, but a calling. To write was to participate in the divine order, to keep the records, to name the gods, to track the taxes. If you mess that up, you didn't just make a mistake, you damaged the cosmic filing cabinet. So they made sure you learned. The curriculum was extensive. Students memorized lexical lists, word categories for animals, metals, professions, body parts, tools, gods, and so much more. These weren't just vocabulary drills. They were ontologies, ways of categorizing and organizing the universe. You weren't just learning words. You were learning how the Sumerians thought. Then came legal texts, business contracts, and ritual prayers. You practiced copying them endlessly. Over time, you graduated to composing your own. Not creatively, of course. No one cared what your heart had to say. They cared whether you could reproduce the standard forms perfectly. There was no spell check. There was just your back, your shoulders, your hands, and clay that dried way too fast. But if you made it, you became powerful. A trained scribe could serve in temples, courts, palaces, or city councils. You were the memory of the state, the mouthpiece of the gods, the calculator of grain debt and ceremony. You didn't just write history, you made it. And it all started here in a hot, dusty room with one grumpy instructor and a pile of clay. The students joke too. Their tablets show riddles, puns, even a few anatomical jokes that prove middle school humor is eternal. One riddle goes, he entered the house and didn't come out. What is it? Scholars still debate the answer. Some say a nose. Others say a date pit. Either way, it's probably not something you'd put on a resume. Sometimes students carved insults about rival schools or made fun of their teachers. One student copied a proverb. The lazy scribe is cursed by the god Nabu, which feels pointed, and through all of it, you see the same thing, the frustrating joy of learning something that matters. You picture a boy, maybe 12, sitting cross-legged in the corner, scratching out lines under a flickering oil lamp, muttering the signs aloud. You see another, trying not to cry, as the teacher smashes his poorly shaped tablet on the floor, and another grinning as he finally gets the symbols right. And beneath their sweat, their anxiety, their hand cramps, you see pride, because they knew they were doing something big, something permanent. You run your fingers over a student's tablet in a museum case. It's imperfect, sloppy, but real. You can still see the fingerprints on the edges. You wonder if he passed, if he became a scribe, if he lived long enough to record someone else's name into history, or maybe he got fed up, changed careers, went into goat herding. We'll never know, but the tablet remains proof that even in a society ruled by gods and kings, the real foundation was education. Not for everyone, no, but for those who were chosen, or lucky, or determined. And maybe that's why the system was so harsh, because writing in Sumer wasn't a luxury. It was a ritual. a sacred trust, and they treated it like one. You leave the Adaba and step into the sunlight. The city bustles around you, merchants shouting, priests chanting, scribes ducking into archives, styluses behind their ears, and somewhere in a shaded courtyard, a student practices the word for bull. The wedge is crooked, the clay is drying, the gods are watching. You step into a room full of noise, not shouting or chanting, but numbers, columns and columns of them etched into clay with unwavering precision. Scribes hunched over tablets, merchants counting baskets, priests tabulating offerings. Somewhere in the corner, a wide-eyed student muttering multiplication tables under his breath like a sacred spell. This is where the magic happens, not in the temples, not in the myths, but right here in the dusty bureaucratic brilliance of Sumerian mathematics. And if you thought ancient math was just some tally marks on bones, get ready. The Sumerians were running spreadsheets before your ancestors figured out what socks were. Start with their Hokalt Achi. Number system. Base 60. 60, not 10, not 12. 60. It sounds weird until you realize we still use it. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 360 degrees in a circle, which is 6x 60. You thought those numbers came from Rome or Greece. Nope. Try Uruk. Why 60? Well, scholars think it's because 60 is divisible by so many numbers: 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It made fractions easier, commerce smoother, calendars cleaner. It was flexible, powerful, elegant, and deeply annoying to memorize. You find a training tablet showing times tables 111 through 60x60. That's Sokla 3600 values. And guess what? Sumerian scribes were expected to know all of them. No calculators, just your brain, your stylus, and a lifetime of repetition. But this wasn't just math for math's sake. It was functional. You had to measure fields, divide, grain, allocate, labor, calculate, interest, and crucially determine taxes. And taxes in Sumer weren't abstract numbers floating in digital space. They were physical goods: barley, sheep, beer, textiles. So your calculations had real-world weight, literally. If you got the numbers wrong, people starved, temples suffered, the gods got irritated. That's a lot of pressure for a kid just trying to remember how to divide 17 by 7 in a base 60 system. But they didn't stop at basic arithmetic. The Sumerians also used geometry to plot land boundaries, assess irrigation channels, and settle lawsuits between neighbors who swear the wall was at least 1 cubit to the left before the flood. They had formulas, units, tools. They measured area in sar and volume in gur, depending on whether you were dividing a field or calculating how many jars of beer a temple needed per ceremony. Yes, there were standardized beer rations, and yes, that might be the most relatable part of their math system. You crouch next to a display tablet. It shows a transaction, 3 oxen, a plot of land, and a debt payment due in 6 months plus interest. It's a loan contract. And just like today, it has fine print, details, conditions, late penalties. They even had a word for compound interest. Imias? That's right. The Sumerians not only invented debt, they invented interest on debt. And you thought your student loans were ancient. In fact, there's a famous tablet from Lagash that records a debt dispute involving a single silver mina that ballooned over time because of compound interest. The total owed 600 silvers. Historians are still trying to figure out if that was math or a curse. But they didn't just use math for economics. They used it for astronomy. The Sumerians tracked stars. They mapped celestial cycles. They noticed how planets wandered and how eclipses returned. They didn't have telescopes, but they had patterns and clay. So they counted, measured, predicted. They built early lunar calendars, months of 29 or 30 days, depending on moon phases. They divided the year into seasons tied to agriculture and ritual. And when something in the sky changed, they wrote it down carefully, because math wasn't just for taxes, it was for omens. The gods didn't always send messages with lightning bolts. Sometimes they sent them with Venus, and to interpret those signs, you needed a scribe who could do long division in cuneiform. You watch one such scribe from across time sitting in the temple courtyard, tablet in hand, calculating eclipse cycles and scribbling out possible meanings. War is coming, he mutters. Or maybe just a bad barley yield. Hard to say, but even outside of temples and markets, math found its way into play. Yes, the Sumerians had games, board games, dice racing pieces, and all of them required counting strategy and luck. One game called the Inrishik O, Royal Game of involved a series of moves based on dice rolls. Players competed to move their tokens along a track, navigating traps, bonuses, and safe zones. It was more than entertainment. It was math in motion. a lesson in probability disguised as a race, also a great way to win bets. You roll the dice pyramidal shapes with numbered corners and feel the same thrill some priest's bored son felt 4,500 years ago. Will it land right? Will you win? Or will you owe someone a jug of beer? The math doesn't care, but you do. Because in the end, Sumerian mathematics wasn't cold or abstract. It was personal. It lived in contracts. It breathed in harvests. It settled disputes and charted the heavens. It governed how much beer you owed the temple and how many days of labor your family had left this season. And for the scribes, it was their secret weapon to read, to write, to calculate. That was divine power. The gods may have ruled the cosmos, but the scribes, they ran the numbers. So you stand in the middle of the tablet room and feel it not awe exactly, but respect for a civilization that stared into chaos and answered with base 60 logic 0 decimals and a stylus. And the next time you glance at your watch, or check the weather forecast, or calculate your tip at dinner, remember where that all started, in a sun-baked room, with a wedge and a kid learning multiplication by moonlight. You step out of the numbers and into the noise again, but this time it's different. Not the market, not the temple, not the classroom. It's rhythm, melody, the low hum of strings, the tap of fingers against drum skin, the faint echo of a reed flute carried on the wind. You've just walked into a Sumerian orchestra, and it's older than anything your playlist has ever known. Music in Sumer wasn't background noise. It wasn't an afterthought. It was central, woven into ritual storytelling and even politics. And its echoes still survive today, not in audio files, but in carvings, instruments, and lyrics painstakingly pressed into clay. Take a step closer, and you'll see one of the most famous instruments from Sumer the Ansho, lyre of Ur-Kil. Yes, a lyre. As in a harp-like instrument with strings stretched over a wooden frame, the kind of thing you might imagine a poet playing at a campfire, only this one has a face, a golden bull's head. Its beard, made of lapis lazuli, its eyes wide and eternal. It's beautiful and intimidating because this wasn't just a musical tool, it was sacred tech, found in the royal tombs of Ur, buried with a queen and surrounded by the bodies of her musicians. This lyre tells a story not just of music, but of ceremony, of funerals, of transition. These weren't lullabies, they were ritual soundtracks. Music had power. It guided the soul, calmed the gods, marked time, space, and death. And it wasn't just string instruments. The Sumerians also used reed flutes, panpipes, rattles, drums, and clappers. There were bronze bells, wooden percussion, even early versions of cymbals. You imagine a priestess stepping into a temple courtyard, lifting her arms and beginning a chant, her voice joined by others, rising slowly, weaving through the columns like incense. A drum starts, then a lyre, and before long, the space feels charged. That's how it worked. Music wasn't entertainment. It was interface between human and divine, between ceremony and emotion. Even the texts reflect this. Hymns to gods like Inanna, Enlil, and Nana aren't just prayers. They're fun lyrics, written to be sung, chanted, performed with instruments echoing in the background. We even have the earliest known composer's name, man. In history, let that sink in. Before Shakespeare, before Homer, before any medieval monk scribbled Gregorian chant, there was Heduana, a priestess of the moon, god Nana, daughter of Sargon of Akkad, and the world's first known author. By name. She didn't just write prayers. She wrote poetry, liturgy, performance art. She composed hymns to Inanna that still feel emotionally raw and rhythmically alive. You read a line, Lady of blazing dominion, clothed in radiance who rides upon the storm. This wasn't just flattery. It was theater, performed by temple choirs, backed by lyres, conducted under moonlight or burning sun, depending on the rite. And Enheduanna herself, she wasn't just a writer. She was a political force. Installed in Ur as high priestess to unify the Akkadian Empire through shared religion and shared music. Her words weren't passive. They were powerful. And yet even her music wasn't entirely safe. Some of her hymns speak of personal anguish, exile, and spiritual struggle. She writes like someone whose voice was nearly silenced and who sang harder because of it. You sit with that for a moment, surrounded by the imagined sounds of reed pipes and rhythmic chants. This wasn't performance for applause. It was survival, a way to name the world when everything else was uncertain. But what did it sound like? We don't really know. The Sumerians didn't leave behind sheet music, but they left clues carvings of musicians playing in groups, paired with inscriptions describing rhythm, harmony, and tone. Scholars have reconstructed some instruments even theorized possible scales based on later Mesopotamian music theory. So we guess, we recreate, we imagine, and when you hear a reconstructed lyre strummed, something primal stirs. The sound isn't lush or smooth, it's raw, slightly haunting, like memory with strings. It doesn't feel ancient. It feels eternal, because music, more than any other human invention, defies time. And the Sumerians knew that. They understood how rhythm echoed through stone, how chants carved out silence, how a well-timed drum beat could mimic the heartbeat of the world. They used music to train children, honor gods, soothe the dying, and scare off demons. Yes, demons. There were incantations, some half-sung, half-whispered, designed to banish illness and bad spirits through vibration and rhythm. Music was not just beauty, it was medicine and magic. You find yourself in a temple school, again watching a student copy a hymn by lamplight, mouthing the words quietly. He's not studying for an exam. He's preserving a frequency, one that might never be heard again, but which still resonates through time in the clay. Because even when the buildings collapse and the cities turn to sand, the lyrics remain, the rhythms echo, and the lyre buried in the tomb beside its player reminds you the song isn't gone, it's just waiting. The sun's getting lower now, casting long shadows over the mud brick walls, and you find yourself drawn toward the edge of the city, past the temples, the marketplaces, the schools, and into the outskirts. Here, the city breathes differently, slower, rougher, and in the fading light, you spot something strange. A house, small, unassuming. But unlike the others, this one has walls filled with jars, sealed, labeled, and organized with eerie precision. This is the home of a Iseshar Stati Same, or maybe a sorcerer, or maybe both, because in Sumer there was no clean line between medicine and magic. The healer was a pharmacist, a priest, a dream interpreter, and an exorcist, sometimes all in the same afternoon. You step inside. The room smells of crushed herbs, ash, and old prayers. On the table are tablets, real ones, etched with instructions for healing spells, poultices, and incantations. One tablet reads like a prescription for toothache, crush dried fig mix with beer applied to gum. Whisper to the goddess Gula 3 times. Spit toward the east. Science superstition. Why not both? The Sumerians saw the body as a battleground between the natural and the supernatural. A stomachache could be bad barley or a demon lodged in your intestines. Headaches might be dehydration or an angry ghost whispering through your skull. So treatment involved layers, physical herbs, salves, oils, heat, cold, spiritual prayers, rituals, amulets, curses. And often, these weren't optional. You didn't choose medicine or magic. You got both. Your physician didn't just ask your symptoms. They checked your dreams, your sins, your planetary alignments. There were two major roles in this world: the Esther Iskai, Su, and the I, Shibu Wasai. The Asu was a kind of physician-pharmacist. They dealt in remedies, poultices, bandages, and beer-based elixirs. Their work looked like early medicine, practical, experimental, physical. The Ashipu, however, was more esoteric. They were the ritual healers, specialists in diagnostic divination. They examined omens, consulted with gods, and performed chants to drive out spiritual afflictions. If your cow was sick, if your crops were cursed, or if your child cried too much at night, call the Ashipu. They'd arrive with incense prayers, a list of recently cited omens, and a long chant involving 7 winds and a bowl of water under the moon. Together, the ASU and the Ashipu formed a kind of proto-hospital system. You sit by the fire and listen to a woman moaning. Softly, she's just had a baby. The healer mixes a salve of date syrup and crushed plant resin, wrapping her belly with cloth. Outside, her husband burns incense and prays to Ninasina, the goddess of healing. Another patient arrives, a man with a broken arm from hauling stones. The ASU sets it in a splint using reeds and wet clay, then murmurs something to Gula, scribbles a symbol on the man's bandage, and tells him not to curse the moon again. This is healthcare Sumerian style. And you know what? Some of it worked. Many of their remedies included antiseptic herbs, garlic myrrh, cedar oil resin. They used honey as a wound salve. They understood that soaking a wound helped. They knew fever wasn't the illness, it was a symptom, and yet their diagnoses could spiral into poetry. One text describes a disease as Schaperdesker, the hand of a ghost, black as night, which strangles the breath and devours the liver with silent teeth. So your prescription might be 1. Apply fig paste to chest. 2. Whisper the name of the disease backwards. 3. Wear a bronze amulet carved with the eye of Utu. 4. Don't look at dogs for 3 days. It wasn't placebo. It was ritual logic key in a world where gods and demons were real healing required cooperation with the cosmos. And that's what you begin to see medicine in Sumer. Wasn't about curing the body, it was about restoring balance, harmony between the human and divine, between the organs and the omens. If your house was full of flies, it wasn't just bad hygiene, it might be a sign of spiritual rot. If your dreams were filled with falling stars, that could be a prelude to illness. So the healer didn't just prescribe a tonic, they reset your relationship with the universe. And when the treatment worked, it wasn't because of the herbs, it was because you obeyed. You respected the order. That's what mattered. But not all illnesses could be cured. There are texts where the healer gives up, quietly, with dignity. A short line etched at the end of a tablet. If the god has turned his face, let the ritual end. And that, too, feels painfully human, because even 5,000 years ago, some things couldn't be fixed. Not with spells, not with medicine, not with all the lapis lazuli and incense in the city. Sometimes people just died, and the Sumerians didn't pretend otherwise. They built their healing practices not to erase death, but to understand it, to negotiate with it, to delay it if the gods allowed. You thank the healer and step back into the night. The city is quiet now. A dog barks. A child cries. Somewhere a priest chants softly for the moon, God Nana, to ease someone's fever. And in a small jar near the healer's bed, there's a fragment of dried herb wrapped in cloth and tied with a reed string. Not because it works, because it might. Because in a world where God's germs and ghosts all share a kitchen, sometimes hope is the only prescription. You wake up inside a dream, a big one, but it's not your dream. It's theirs, a swirling, myth-soaked landscape where gods walk like kings, cities rise from clay, and the rules of reality have taken the day off. You're inside. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the oldest surviving story ever written. And you're not just reading it, you're inside it. You hear shouting in the city of Uruk, your sandals skimming the baked brick pavement as people complain about their king. He's arrogant, restless, a problem, a legend already 2/3 divine, 1/3 man. Meet Gilgamesh, the original overachiever, builder of Uruk's mighty walls, sleeper with every bride, wrestler of beasts, and soon wanderer of worlds. You follow him through the gates and into his first confrontation with someone just as wild, just as strong, just as lost. A Enkidu, formed by the gods from clay and wilderness. Enkidu, lives with animals, drinks from rivers, runs with gazelles, until one day a temple prostitute is sent to tame him. 6 days and 7 nights later, Enkidu is civilized and very tired. This strange friendship, the wild man and the king, becomes the soul of the story. Enkidu challenges Gilgamesh. They fight. They pause. They laugh. And in that moment, they change. Together they go on quests. They slay the demon Humbaba. They mock the goddess Ishtar, which is never a good idea. Then they kill the bull of heaven, which is worse. And the gods, they respond the way ancient gods always do. They punish. Enkidu dies, and Gilgamesh he shatters. You follow him now, no longer the arrogant king, but a broken man wandering the world searching for immortality. He's seen death, touched it, held it in his arms, and he can't accept it, so he travels, fights, weeps, meets Utnapishtim, the survivor of the great flood, the Sumerian Noah. He begs for the secret of eternal life. Utnapishtim tells him a secret. There is no secret. But then a glimmer. There's a plant deep in the ocean that might restore youth. Gilgamesh finds it. He has it, and then a snake steals it while he sleeps, because of course it does. And with that, the story ends, not with triumph, but with wisdom. Gilgamesh returns to Uruk, stands at its great walls, and says, "Look, I built this, not eternal life, not godhood, just a city, just memory. That's all any of us get. You blink, and the dream fades, but the story lingers, because the Epic of Gilgamesh is more than a tale. It's a mirror. You see yourself in Gilgamesh's grief, his rage, his questions. Why do we die? Why can't we stop it? What lasts? It's a story about kings, yes, but also about humans, trying to make sense of a world where everything you love can be taken, and the only answer the universe gives is silence. But here's the twist. This story almost didn't survive. It was lost for centuries, buried in shards, forgotten in ruins. And then one day, in the 1850s, a man named Hormuzd Rassam unearthed fragments in Nineveh. They sat on a shelf for years. Then another man, George Smith, a typesetter turned Assyriologist, began piecing them together. And when he read the flood passage, he stood up in the British Museum and shouted, "I am the first man to read this after 2,000 years of oblivion. Then he fainted. You'd probably faint too. Because in that moment, history didn't just whisper its song. A voice from 2100 BCE had reached across the void and said, "Hey, we were here. We wondered too. You walk now among replicas of the tablets, the wedge-shaped signs, still crisp after 4,000 years. And you think of all the stories that didn't survive, but this one did. Why? Maybe because the Sumerians and their cultural descendants, the Akkadians, understood that writing wasn't just for inventory and curses. It was for memory. And stories like Gilgamesh weren't just bedtime tales. They were Sislam survival manuals. How to grieve, how to live, how to lose, how to come home after everything has changed. Even today, when people read Gilgamesh for the first time, they feel the shock. This isn't some distant, dusty relic. It's modern, emotional, real. He mourns like you do. He hopes like you do. And in the end, he builds something that outlasts him, just like you want to. So, you leave the epic behind, not because it's finished, but because you're part of it now. The next reader, the next builder, the next dreamer, walking the city walls, whispering into the wind, I was here, and the clay. It remembers you're standing at the gates of a temple now, not just any temple, but a ziggurat, one of those colossal tiered structures that rise like man-made mountains against the flat Mesopotamian horizon. And as you tilt your head upward, squinting against the sun, you feel small. Not spiritually small, architecturally small. Because the Sumerians didn't build ziggurats to make you feel cozy. They built them to remind you where you stood in the cosmic lineup. At the bottom, let's be clear, this isn't a pyramid. There's no burial chamber, no pharaoh inside. Ziggurats weren't tombs. They were stairways. Not to heaven exactly, but to the gods. More specifically, they were salt platforms for the gods' houses. The temple itself sat at the very top, usually a single room, modest but sacred. Everything beneath it that was support, not symbolic, literal. Giant bricks, kiln-fired, mortared with bitumen and sweat, each level painted in different colors, each tier narrowing as it climbed. A monument to vertical thinking in a world that was otherwise flat and muddy. You take a few tentative steps up a reconstructed stairway, your sandals scraping the ancient stone. No handrails, no signs, just baked brick and heat. And halfway up it hits you. This is not public space. This was exclusive access. The ziggurat wasn't for the crowd. It was for the priesthood. You'd stay below, Watch the rituals from a distance. Maybe hear the music. Maybe smell the incense. But you weren't going up there unless you wore a headdress and knew the exact number of goats to sacrifice per lunar quarter. And yet, you built it. Your labor helped raise it. Your taxes paid for the temple staff. Your crops fueled the sacrifices. In a way, the ziggurat was yours. Just not for you. And that tension between proximity and distance presence and exclusion is exactly what made it sacred. The ziggurat wasn't just a religious site, it was a cosmic diagram. The bottom represented Earth, the top represented the heavens, and the stairs, that was the axis. The connection. A visual metaphor for kingship prayer reign and the seasonal cycles that governed everything from barley harvest to fertility. If the gods descended, it would be here. If the gods were angry, you might see lightning here. And if they were silent, well, you kept climbing anyway. You reach the summit, panting a little, and imagine what once stood here, a sea shrine. Likely gilded, perhaps lined with polished wood and stone housing the cult statue of the city's patron deity. Not to be confused with the actual god, the statue was a polled proxy, a divine stand-in, fed daily, dressed, bathed, honored. The temple staff treated it as a living being because to them it was. This wasn't superstition. It was small maintenance of cosmic order. Kenchihai, you don't keep the god happy because you're scared. You keep the god happy because the rain depends on it. And the Sumerians were very serious about rain. You walk around the perimeter, careful not to step where you shouldn't. Even now, even in the imaginary reconstruction of a ziggurat that hasn't stood in thousands of years, you feel it. Unsee, the weight of reverence. These structures weren't unique to one city. Ur had one. So did Eridu, Nippur, Uruk, and others. Each was dedicated to a different god, customized for different rituals. But all of them pointed upward, and all of them centered the city, geographically, socially, theologically, because to the Sumerians, a city wasn't a city without a temple, and a temple wasn't a temple without a ziggurat, and the ziggurat, that was the spine, the central axis of the world. You peer down from the top, imagining the city spread beneath you. Streets, canals, courtyards, kitchens, archives, schools, burial sites, and at the center of it all, this, like a plugged-in socket connecting humanity to something far larger. There's a Sumerian term, Itamenenki, which roughly translates to House of the Foundation of Heaven and Earth. That was the name of Babylon's later Ziggurat, but it echoes Sumerian thinking. The temple wasn't part of the city. It was the reason the city existed. Even the king served the temple, not the other way around. In fact, many rulers weren't crowned in the palace, they were crowned at the temple, often after performing ritual labor like hauling bricks or plowing a field to prove their humility before the gods. You think back to Gilgamesh, builder of Uruk's walls. He wasn't just showing off his civil engineering. He was showing that he understood the cosmic rules. A city's greatness wasn't in its weapons or markets. It was in its alignment with the divine. That alignment required architecture, and not just the big stuff. Every brick laid had an inscription. Every stair was calculated. Every sacrifice timed to star and season. It was a theology of precision. And if something went wrong, if crops failed, or enemies invaded, they didn't blame the king. They blamed the ritual math. Maybe the incense was the wrong kind. Maybe the priest mispronounced the hymn. Maybe the god's statue hadn't been bathed correctly, so they'd redo the steps, repeat the chants, rebuild the altar, because it wasn't superstition. It was spiritual troubleshooting. You descend slowly, the bricks warm beneath your feet, and you feel a strange respect, not for the gods, but for the effort, for the belief that the divine could be contacted through design. That stone and rhythm and ritual could build a ladder tall enough to touch something eternal, even if the gods didn't come down. Even if they never answered, the Sumerians climbed anyway. You've seen the temples, the schools, the courts, and the myths. Now, let's step into something far more personal. Fame. The madrasah. Her. A simple one. Mud brick walls, a courtyard in the center. A wooden door you have to duck under. There's no running water. No glass windows. But there's life here. Welcome to the domestic side of Sumerian civilization. It doesn't get as much attention as the ziggurats or royal tombs, but this right here is where most people actually lived. Not in palaces, not in myths, in small homes tucked into winding streets that turned to rivers whenever it rained too hard. Inside, you see a woman stirring a pot over a clay hearth. There's steam, and the smell of lentils, garlic, and onion. Maybe a little barley. Maybe some dried fish, if it's a good day. Dinner Sumer style. On the wall is a shelf with jars, grain flour, dates, salt, beer. Yes, beer. The Sumerians loved beer. They drank it through long reed straws from communal jars, like some kind of spiritual milkshake. And honestly, same. A child giggles in the corner, chasing a clay ball. Another is copying signs into the dirt with a stick, future scribe maybe. Or just bored. The father returns from the field, or the workshop covered in dust hands, stained with earth or oil. He greets the family, offers a prayer to the household god, carved into a small shrine near the door. No ceremony, just habit, because religion in Sumer wasn't confined to temples. It lived in kitchens, in bedrooms, in alleyways. Every house had a small shrine. Every morning began with a muttered chant or a flick of incense. Every event, birth, sickness, harvest, storm was connected to some divine nudge or oversight. It wasn't fear. It was routine. You walk into the central courtyard, shaded by cloth, with pots of herbs, cilantro, mint, maybe even garlic. A cat sprawls across the stone, utterly indifferent to the gods. This is where family life played out. Cooking, choris, births, arguments, lullabies, and not just in one language. By 2000 BCE, Sumer was a multilingual society. Sumerian was still the sacred language, but Akkadian had taken over everyday speech. The two coexisted for centuries, one for law, ritual, and poetry, the other for trade gossip and yelling at your neighbor's goats. In this house, you might hear both. A grandmother reciting an old Sumerian hymn. Her grandson cursing in Akkadian as he trips over a broom. Time moves strangely here. The walls are plain, the furniture simple, but the texture of life is rich. You can feel the rhythms, the daily grind of a civilization that understood how to build permanence from impermanence. And oh, the crafts. On a side table sits a half-finished clay figurine. Maybe a toy, maybe a votive offering. Sumerians were master artisans, not just in gold and lapis, but in everything. Pottery, weaving, carpentry, jewelry. The people in this house might work in any of these trades, passing skills down through generations, shaping materials with patience and pride. And the clothes, not togas, not tunics, just long woolen skirts, often wrapped tightly, sometimes fringed. Linen was rare. Everyone smelled a little like sheep and dust. You notice something scribbled on a piece of discarded clay, a personal letter. Yes, letters. The Sumerians invented correspondence. We have thousands of personal tablets, husbands writing to wives, sons, to fathers, merchants, to clients. One reads, to my brother, Why did you not send the barley as promised? My workers are hungry. Send it, or I will come myself, another more tender, and may the gods keep you. I await your return. The house is quiet without your voice. This was a literate society, not universally, but widely. Literacy wasn't confined to elites. Scribes taught their sons. Merchants learned enough to track inventories. Even some women were literate, especially priestesses. Yes, women. Let's talk about them. Were Sumerian women equal to men? No. But were they powerless? Absolutely not. They could own property, run businesses, sue in court, become priestesses, even scribes in rare cases. One tablet refers to a female tavern keeper running a successful beer shop. Another describes a woman loaning silver at interest. They weren't footnotes. They were participants. In fact, some goddesses outranked their male counterparts. Inanna didn't just represent love, she ruled over war power storms and vengeance. Worship of her was widespread, and women were central to her cult. You wander into a bedroom, a simple mat, a reed basket, a water jar. On the wall, a faint etching, a crescent moon, and a star, a symbol of Nanna, the moon god, someone's protector, someone's hope. Because even in houses like this, small, cracked, vulnerable to time, people looked up at the stars and saw meaning, order, beauty, and they brought it home. You linger as night falls. Outside the streets, echo with voices, laughter, the occasional scream of a stubborn goat. Oil lamps flicker in niches. Somewhere, a lullaby drifts through the alleys, and it sounds familiar, not because of the words, not because of the music, but because of the feeling. This house isn't yours. This family isn't yours. But you know it. You've lived this. And that's the quiet power of Sumer, not in its epic scale, but in its intimate humanity. Beneath the gods, the ziggurats, the cuneiform tablets, and bull-headed lyres were people. People who cooked, who argued, who loved, who forgot where they put things, who left behind crumbs and debts and songs, and who lived long enough for their walls to fall, so that one day someone like you could walk through the dust and say, they were real, they were here. The streets are quieter now, shops shuttered, temples dimmed. But you're not done yet, not quite, because now, as the stars emerge over the flat roofs of Ur and Uruk, you're headed to the edge of the city, past the houses and fields, to a low mound of earth speckled with stones. Igur Cemetery. Yes, the Sumerians buried their dead. Not just kings and warriors, but everyday people. The old woman who sold onions at the market. The scribe who never finished his tablet. The child who died too soon. And these burials, they weren't sad gray afterthoughts. They were meticulously arranged, ritually significant, and sometimes strange. You step among the graves. Some are simple shallow pits lined with mats or bricks, a body curled on its side like it's sleeping. Others are more elaborate vaulted tombs, grave goods stacked along the walls, the air once thick with incense and quiet chanting. But then you find the royal graves, and everything changes. Welcome to the Royal Cemetery of Ur-Sekintars, discovered in the 1920s by archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley. This site turned everything we thought we knew about early civilization sideways, because these tombs, they're massive and filled with treasure, not just gold, though there's plenty of that, not just lapis lazuli, though it gleams like frozen sky, but also liars' chariots, weapons, cosmetics, harps, headdresses, tools, food board games, and bodies. So many bodies. In one tomb, they found over 70 additional skeletons, attendants, guards, musicians, all perfectly arranged, all buried with the queen, Puabai, as though they were traveling with her into the afterlife. That's not poetic imagery, that's archaeological fact, which begs the big uncomfortable question. Were they sacrificed? Almost certainly. Some show signs of trauma. Others may have been poisoned, sedated, or ritually killed. It wasn't chaos. It was ceremony. Orderly. Intentional. You imagine the final procession music playing perfumes in the air, everyone dressed in their finest. Smiles even. Because this wasn't seen as an ending. It was an escort. The queen was going to the next world, and her court would go with her. It's hard to wrap your head around, not because it's cruel, though yes it is, but because it was so normal in that world, in that belief system. Death wasn't a rupture. It was a continuity. Life went on in another form, in another space. And just like in this world, you needed your people. You needed music. You needed your gold comb, your favorite goblet, your lyre with the bull-headed front that had just the right twang. So they packed it all up, wrapped it in ritual, and buried it under slabs of stone and time. But not every Sumerian got that treatment. Most were buried closer to home in courtyards beneath floors, in family tombs near the city. The dead didn't disappear. They stayed with you. You lived with their memory, sometimes literally. There are letters written to the dead, begging for help or forgiveness. Why do you torment me? Was I not kind to you? Did I not perform your rites? It's not guilt, it's relationship. Even after burial, the dead could influence crops, illness, fertility, dreams. They weren't gone, they were moved. And they had expectations. Neglect the proper rituals, they'd make sure you noticed. So, families kept up the rites, left offerings, bread, beer, incense, sometimes even toys for deceased children. They spoke to the dead on festival days, cleaned the burial niches, remembered the names. It was quiet devotion, not grand, but steady. And in that steadiness, you see something else. Not fear, not superstition, but art. Reverence Purser for the past. Because Sumerians understood something we often forget. You live longer in memory than in flesh. That's why scribes mattered, why contracts were carved in clay, why songs were etched into stone. Because nothing survives by accident. You run your fingers along a recreated tomb wall and think of the woman buried here, not a queen, not a priestess, just someone loved. Her bones don't remain, but her rituals, show, do. The way she braided her hair, the amulet she wore around her neck, the bowl she used to scoop grain each morning, all left behind like whispered footprints. Even now, scholars sift through burial sites and find stories, not written in words, but in choices. Why was this child buried with a flute? Why did this man hold a seal in his hand? Why were broken vessels placed carefully at the feet? It's not superstition, it's meaning. And meaning is the one thing death can't bury. As you leave the cemetery, you pass a small shrine carved into a wall. It's empty, but once someone lit a candle there, and maybe, just maybe, someone still does, because the Sumerians never let go of their dead, not out of fear, but out of duty. And in that duty, a kind of quiet beauty. So you walk back toward the city moonlight, tracing the path behind you, and you whisper a thank you to the ones beneath the soil, not because you have to, but because they're still listening. You're back in the city now, where the walls rise in the moonlight, and the air tastes like dust fire and something unspoken. And just ahead, echoing through the alleyways, you hear a voice, not shouting, declaring. A herald, perhaps, or a town crier. But this isn't about goats gone missing or tax deadlines. This is where prophecy, because Sumerians didn't just build cities. They didn't just count barley worship stars and die with dignity. They tried to see the future. And they got weird with it. Welcome to the home science of omens, where the wind's direction, the liver of a sheep, and the way your beer foamed last night might reveal whether war is coming, or your neighbor's second son will fall into a well next Tuesday. This wasn't fortune-telling in the modern sense. This was Hafiz, official state business. The king didn't go to war unless the omens were good. The temple didn't perform a major ritual unless the stars agreed. And no one dared crown a ruler without checking the signs. You walk into a small candlelit room. There's a priest. They're serious, patient, methodical. On the table lies a freshly sacrificed sheep, not for food, for Hirsisenstar. Inspection, because one of the strangest and most elaborate Sumerian traditions was extispicy, divination, by reading animal organs, especially the shell, liver. Yes, liver. Why? Because they believed the gods encoded messages in everything, and the liver, with its folds and lobes and mysterious ducts, was like a divine tablet in organic form. The priest inspects it carefully. Was the gallbladder swollen? Was the left lobe longer than the right? Were there any strange marks or missing sections? Each detail had meaning. They even used clay liver models, like ancient anatomical flashcards for training diviners. These models were labeled, "If the notch is here, the enemy will fall. If the vein curves there, the flood will rise." It sounds absurd until you remember we still look for meaning in patterns, tea leaves, horoscopes, data charts. The Sumerians just used what they had, and what they had was a lot of goats. But liver wasn't the only tool. There were my dreams, too. Dreams mattered deeply. A king dreaming of a crumbling tower might delay a campaign. A priest dreaming of a lion might launch a ritual. Entire tablets are filled with dream interpretations. To dream of falling is to lose favor. To dream of a bird is a message from Nanshi. To dream of drowning means change. You can almost hear them whispering over breakfast. You dreamed what a serpent with two heads. You need to see an ashipu. immediately. There were even professional dream interpreters, just like there were professional healers. Not because people were flaky, but because the gods didn't send emails. They sent images, symbols, flickers, and dreams were the inbox. You pass another tablet, this one covered in astronomical diagrams. Because yes, the stars spoke too. The few planet, Venus, called Inanna's star, was watched obsessively. If it rose in the wrong part of the sky, or vanished too long, that meant something big. A king might die. A war might begin. A city might flood. They tracked eclipses, conjunctions, unexpected risings. One surviving text describes an eclipse as the hand of the god touching the moon. Ominous, beautiful. And they kept records, so many records. If lightning struck the palace gate on the 3rd day of the month, they wrote it down. If a dog gave birth to a 2-headed puppy, they recorded it, then performed a ritual cleansing of the neighborhood. Because the gods didn't just speak in words, they spoke in glitches. And the job of the priest, the diviner, the royal astrologer, was to decode the system. Did they believe it literally? Yes and no. Some did absolutely. Others probably just played along, because that's what kept the temple funded and the king calm. But underneath the rituals and signs, there's something deeply human, a fear of randomness, a craving for pattern, a desperate need to know. What happens next? And the Sumerians were practical about it. They didn't just say, "Oh, bad omen, doom is inevitable." No, they had counter rituals, fixes. If the stars were wrong, you didn't give up. You sacrificed a goat, buried the wrong dream under the floor, chanted the correction hymn 21 times, and reset the system. It was like divine IT support. If the world was glitching, you just needed to follow the right steps to reboot the cosmos. And if the gods really weren't responding, well, you bribed them. Candles, beer, fresh bread, a statue polishing. Whatever it took, you didn't give up. Because giving up meant accepting chaos. And the Sumerians did not do chaos. They were bureaucrats of the cosmos, which brings you back to the voice in the street, the one that started all this. It's a herald, not of doom, but of pattern. He's announcing a celestial event. Venus will rise in the east for 3 days straight. The temple will adjust its ritual calendar. Extra offerings to Inanna are requested, and the people, they nod, they adjust, they accept, because this isn't fear-mongering. It's coordination. You step away heart oddly steady, not because you believe in goat liver, but because you believe in the act of looking and of asking questions, of refusing to let the future be a blindfold. And the Sumerians, they didn't predict the future perfectly, but they were among the first to try, to look at the sky, the organs, the clouds, and say, something is coming, let's be ready. The stars above you still shimmer, but now the horizon is glowing a dull red haze on the edge of vision. It's not the dawn, it's fire. You smell the smoke before you see the embers dry. Reed smoke mingled with the bitter tang of burnt clay. Somewhere nearby, a ziggurat is crumbling. Statues have been toppled. The temple gates lie splintered in the dust. This isn't metaphor anymore. This is Dra collapse. And it's not just one city. It's all of them. Uruk, Eridu, Lagash, Larsa, Nippur. The lights are going out. You're standing in the middle of the Bummer stem. And of Sumer. Fine, but don't imagine a single dramatic battle. There was no final siege, no grand explosion of empire. It didn't end with a bang. It ended with a slow, quiet unraveling. The first signs, you've seen them already. Rivers that shifted, crops that failed, droughts that stretched too long, trade routes disrupted, grain that once poured into the cities now trickling or disappearing completely. The land itself turned against them. This wasn't just ecological bad luck. This was fragility exposed. The Sumerians built one of the world's first complex civilizations, but it came with a price. They were completely dependent on water. Irrigation, canals, and the delicate balance of rivers that had no respect for city plans. When the Tigris and Euphrates misbehaved, flooding too much, one year not enough the next, it wasn't just inconvenient. It was catastrophic. You walk along a cracked canal bed, now choked with weeds and silence. You see where the bricks gave way, where the water once flowed, where fields once bloomed with barley and life gone. Then came salinization. That's right. Too much irrigation without proper drainage led to salt buildup in the soil. Crops shrank, yields plummeted, people starved. Cities fought each other for what was left, and that's when the old rivalries reignited. The cities turned inward. The alliances broke. Civil war. Petty kings scrambling for control. Temple politics poisoning diplomacy. And then the cheeky Amorites came, nomadic tribes from the west, not invaders in the modern sense, more like a slow flood of migration. They settled, integrated, took over, some peacefully, some not. Eventually, one of their kings, Hammurabi, would write his own laws in Babylon, using the same cuneiform once reserved for the gods of Uruk. But by then, Sumer was a memory. Its language, once the tongue of gods and rituals, was slipping, replaced by Akkadian and later Babylonian, Assyrian, Aramaic. Sumerian clung on for centuries as a liturgical and scholarly language. Like Latin after Rome, it lived in temple schools, in hymns, in mathematical texts. But it no longer shaped everyday life. It was now echo, not voice. And yet, here's the part that feels strange. The cities Han didn't vanish overnight gain. They limped on. Was still inhabited during the time of Abraham. Some temples were rebuilt. Kings were crowned. Trade revived in spurts. But the magic, the unity, the Sumerianness of Sumer, it was gone, and the people knew it. We have the texts. We have the lamentations. Poetic dirges written in the wake of collapse. They don't blame foreign enemies. They blame the gods. The storm that destroyed the land. The bitter fate that was decreed. The city is silent. Its gods have flown like birds. These weren't just mourning poems. They were post-mortems. The people were trying to understand how their world-ordered sacred bureaucratic could fall apart so completely. And what's more tragic, they knew. They watched it happen. And like us, they didn't know how to stop it. You sit by a broken wall, not a famous wall, not the one Gilgamesh built, just someone's house, a forgotten name, and you realize something that chills you more than any myth or monster. The most advanced civilization on Earth, pioneers of writing law, astronomy, architecture collapsed. Not with murder, but with my momentum. It wasn't a failure of knowledge. It was a failure of resilience. The system was too tight, too rigid, too dependent on everything going exactly right. And when it didn't, there was no room to bend, only to break. You glance up at the stars still in their same positions, just as the Sumerians mapped them. You wonder if the last stargazer of looked up one night and saw a sign, not in a dream, but in the silence of the temple, the empty grain bin, the cracked foundation. A civilization doesn't have to vanish to be lost. Sometimes it just turns into something else, something unrecognizable. And as you rise from the dust, brushing the memory from your hands, you know this. The end of Sumer wasn't the end of history. It was the beginning of memory. And below, the blueprint for every civilization that came after, and a quiet warning that even gods forget. So here you are standing in the aftermath. The temples are quiet, the ziggurats hollow. The scribes have put down their styluses. The kings no longer shout. Even the gods seem to have stepped away, leaving behind only cracked stone and silence. But you're still listening, because the real mystery of Sumer isn't how it rose, or even how it fell. It's that it's still here. Not in the cities, not in the ruins, but in you. You carry it without knowing. Every time you divide a circle into 360 degrees, you're whispering in base 60. Every time you check the calendar count, the months glance at a clock or track the stars. You are reenacting a ritual older than your language. Every time you sign a contract, pay a loan, bury a loved one with ceremony, build a temple or courthouse on elevated ground. That's Sumer flickering in your bloodstream. Even your myths, the great flood, the hero king who seeks immortality, the descent into the underworld, the angry goddess with a plan. Those weren't born in Greece or the Bible or Hollywood. They were carved long ago into tablets buried under the dirt of a forgotten delta. And now you've just walked through them, not as a tourist, but as a witness. Let's take one final walk, shall we? You find yourself back in Uruk, though time has turned sideways again. The city hums golden and gray. You pass the school again, hear a boy scratching lines into clay, muttering verbs. You nod at the brewer, stacking jars of beer. You catch a glimpse of a priestess lighting incense in the house of Inanna. At the gate, a soldier straightens. You remember his name from an old ledger. Beyond him, a field of sheep. A wandering scribe composing a hymn. An old man watching the stars from a temple roof, lips whispering the movements of Venus like a lover's name. This was not a civilization of magic. It was a civilization of meaning, where every brick had a name, every meal, an offering, every crack in a statue, a warning, where nothing was accidental. And now, as you walk the same path back toward the Ziggurat, you feel the ghost of it. You touch a broken wall and find it still warm. Because Sumer never really ended. It just changed forms. Its language died, but its rhythm remained. Its cities crumbled, but their plan lived on in grids and gates, in courts and codes, in the blueprint of every place that tried to organize people and power and gods under one sky. And maybe that's the truest immortality, not the plant at the bottom of the sea, not the bull-headed statue in the queen's tomb, but the quiet persistence of ideas. You pass the spot where the boy once played with his clay toy. The tablet he scribbled on is dust now. But the words, they still echo. You hear them in the way we argue, the way we pray, the way we dream of towers and fall from them and rebuild. You stop at the old harbor, long dried up, and imagine the ships once pulling in from Dilmun or Megan, loaded with copper lapis frankincense, languages colliding, deals made, songs sung, fights started, all of it alive until one day it wasn't. But now you've made it alive again with nothing but curiosity and a few well-placed footsteps, because that's the secret no one tells you about ancient history. You don't just study it. You inhabit it. Every civilization leaves behind more than bones and bricks. It leaves behind questions. Why did we believe what we believed? Why did we build what we built? Why did we fall? And what did we leave behind? Sumer asked all of these first, and now you're asking them too, which means, in some small, strange way, you're Sumerian now, not by birth, but by memory. By the way you carry what came before you, by the way you listen to the past, and by the way you write it down. So as you leave the last crumbling wall behind and step back into your own world with your cities, your gods, your floods, and your fires, you take something with you. Not a souvenir, not a myth, but a question that has survived for 5,000 years. Warpla, what will you leave behind? So now you settle deeper into your pillow. Eyes soft, mind still echoing with the dusty footfalls of scribes, the clang of temple bells, the hush of rituals whispered beneath starlit ziggurats. You've walked alongside kings and craftsmen healers, and hymn writers through the fragrant courtyards and crumbling clay corridors of Sumer. You've watched cities rise like reeds from riverbanks, and you felt them fall, not in fire, but in silence. And through it all, one quiet thread has held steady, the search for meaning, not through conquest or power or glory, but through order, through numbers, rituals, oaths, prayers, and stories carved in wedges that outlived empires. Sumer was never meant to last forever, but it was meant to be remembered. And here you are, remembering it. So as your breath slows and your thoughts dissolve into darkness, picture this: a single oil lamp flickering in a clay room. A scribe leans forward. He dips his stylus, and carefully, slowly, he presses the final sign into soft, damp earth. He doesn't know who will read it, but he writes anyway, because that's what Sumerians did. They wrote, they measured, they believed, they remembered, and now so do you. So close your eyes. You've done enough tonight. Let the gods rest. Let the cities sleep. Let the past grow quiet. And when you wake, it will still be there, waiting, soft as dust, sharp as a wedge, old as memory. Good night, builder of stories. Dream well beneath the stars.